Hello, everybody, and welcome to League OS's presentation of Skillquest Rocket League tournament here. We've got a really interesting tournament on display for you guys today. We'll get into what's a little different from your typical Rocket League experience, but before we do, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Dalton McGee, and game as Intrepid. I am joined by my better half in more ways than one. Trek Keaton's here with me. Keaton, say hello, and thanks for being here, in particular to you, because I've got the tournament experience, but the Rocket League experience, you're going to bring the expertise today, I think.
Yeah, I know a little bit on the mechanics side of Rocket League, so I can speak more to that rather than the actual commentating. But yeah, my name's Keaton Hohenstein. I'm the better half of Dalton over here. And yeah.
All right, I'm excited to get into this. We're going to get right into the action today. Our first match is going to be a best-of-3, finishing up the round-robin stage between Flexo and Coilette. This is a high-stakes match in terms of getting into our tournament in the latter half of our presentation today, because both of these bots are 0-1. Whichever one wins this best-of-3 match will move on to the bracket, and whichever one loses will finish their pool play 0-2 and get knocked out. So that's going to be the first one we have on tap for you today, and then the second best-of-3 to finish our round-robin will be between Crushinator and Fry. Both have already qualified for bracket. That's just going to be a matter of seeding. And so two quick best-of-3s on display for you guys. And we're going to get right into the action as soon as we can here. If you've heard me say a few times these bots and you're joining someone who didn't know what they were getting into, essentially what we've got going on is Skillquest is this wonderful organization that uses Rocket League and other mediums to teach kids how to program. And so what has literally happened here is that these bots have been manually programmed. Potentially the circle of death here we were worried about. No, we got it going. All right.
Let's go.
So these bots have literally been manually programmed by students and to follow a number of different commands situationally. So it starts off as simple as when the match starts, there's our first goal from Coilette.
First goal of the day.
Yeah, when the match starts, essentially the bots know you need to move forward. And then it gets as simple as that all the way up to when the ball is in this position and you have this much boost and your opponent has that much boost, what do you do in that situation? And so the challenge for these students has been to be able to manually program and develop cars that are going to be more intuitive than their opponents. And so it really is a wonderful program, and we'll get a little bit more into some of the strategies or niche esoteric things these kids would be thinking about as they're programming. But for right now, Coilette up 1-0. And I do think that just based on what we're seeing here, and Keaton, you can tell me just based on how you would expect this to go as well. I don't think these are going to be very high-scoring games. I think they're going to be pretty fast-paced. It seems like it's just a matter of control up to this point.
Yeah, it's looks like there are a lot of just looking at the ball and going towards it right now, rather than trying to get in the angle on the goal, rather than positioning itself to the goal right now.
And you can see the way the cars are approaching each position is their primary objective here is take shots that are towards goal. The law of averages says that if you do that more than your opponent, certainly in this circumstances, more than even a typical Rocket League game, you're going to score more often. And so it seems like every motion the bots are making is just towards the goal. Coilette almost towards their own goal there on accident. And up on the tail of Flexo there, can these bots demo each other? We found out there is an answer to that question, Keaton.
Yeah, it seems like they've only seen to demo themselves once so far, and just watched Flexo almost try to do a pop-up there for an aerial almost. Looks like it has intuition whether or not it's about to slow down on the ball to give itself an angle towards the net.
Yeah, and there wasn't enough speed there from Coilette. Oh, there's another demo! No way! We were just told
Holy
to
cow.
see demos today, but Flexo says miss
he
me with
heard
the
us.
nonsense. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's going for it again.
He's bumping.
He's out for blood.
I wonder if Flexo's programming has told him to get up like behind the opponent to like get them squirrely and take control of the ball. And man, he's
dangerous around his own net though.
Misses the swoop there. So does Coilette. And they're doing this little like circular pattern bump onto Flexo. The circular pattern is, I think, interesting. Oh, it's dangerous. It's still dangerous. Flexo own goals.
Own goal.
Unlucky.
He almost got under it there, though.
And I actually thought Coilette was going to finish it there, but then Flexo, in an attempt to get the ball cleared, doesn't quite have the angle. 2-0 Coilette, looking good for moving on so far in this quick best of 3. Notice also every time this ball is going straight up in the air. And that's because of this perfect precision of how they hit it. I would challenge people to do that in a real game. But then it's just a matter of who's moving more efficiently once the ball drops straight up.
RNG movement.
Yeah.
Gets the ball. Yeah, they have the exact same kickoff pattern, so it looks like it's going to be able to just go straight up into the air each time. And if you look, it looks like they both, as soon as they get the boost, they're going ahead and just using it to...
Flexo with an opportunity now, trying to get himself scored around, didn't quite make it happen. Ball's going to drop in front of Coilette's net. He's going to back off, try to take a pass at it. Coilette's going to get the clear. No, she's not. Not going to, I don't know why I signed a feminine pronoun to the name Coilette there, but no, they're not. And going to be anyone's ball again. I also think out loud to myself, it would be easy to look at this and just say, oh, they've just been programmed to follow the same rules and it's a matter of luck, but it really isn't, because
another demo.
Yeah, we were lied to. We were told watch hours and hours and hours, and we hadn't
free
seen
open net for Flexo, and that's the goal for Flexo.
I have something to say about this game one here. You have 2 demos in this game, and worth mentioning, the students don't have any ability to tweak on the fly. These bots were locked in on Thursday, and they have to sit and watch this happen. They're going to get another opportunity to compete on December 11th and have some adjustment between them, but what they have right now is what they have for the rest of today. Circle of death happening. Who will get the touch first?
They have to
Coilette.
both get the exact angle while turning into it. See who gets that the big boost pad first.
That is part of the strategy as well. We'll get into that a little bit. We got some time to talk about it today, but some of what these students might be coding is to strongly consider the boost padding. You know, not just in that if you have more than your opponent, you're more likely to be able to have your bot make a play on them. But I wonder how much of this strategy the bots use relies on how much boost they have. I would be very interested to deep dive coding. That would probably give away the spoilers here of what we expect to have happen. And on that note, the experts in this coding are watching. Students here that have programmed their bots, they are watching to see how they do, and they put a great show on here in this first game of the tournament. Flexo does have an opportunity here,
close,
but yeah, I think Coilette's going to get the close here, get the clear, and barring a ridiculous bot-inspired "This is Rocket League" moment, game 1 is going to go to Coilette. So the programmers behind Coilette and Flexo, you guys put on a show there in game 1. Looking forward to see how the rest of the series goes, and not just for, you know, we talked about Flexo and Coilette. The loser here is going to get eliminated and not be able to move on. But Keaton, at least for me, I can't even fathom being able to program these bots to have this sort of nuance.
Yeah, I mean, playing the game until like manually cover each of your bases for each situation, it would be such a hard feat. Just thinking about it and what I could do, just putting it onto like the paper for say is crazy.
But that is where Skillquest gets involved. I had the opportunity to get to know their founder, Corbin, when I was at Ohio State University for the Esports Awards this last year, and we were sitting on a rooftop surrounded by the biggest nerds. All right, we should be back here. We're going to get started with game 2 of our best of 3 series between Flexo and Coilette. Up next, Coilette up 1 game after a close 2 demo included game 1. Keaton, I feel lied to. I feel like we were told these bots aren't going to do this, and they are throwing
1 in 4 hour chance. We might just be super lucky game 1. You never know.
Yeah,
you never
apparently. Know. Could just be the combination of what these bots are looking for. Looking through the notes of how they consider what to program and what they're wanting to think about. One of the things it mentioned was boost management. Like, does the bot go for boost, and when does it go for boost? Does it go for it when it loses control of the ball? Does it go for it while it's in control of the ball? Is it going to be satisfied with the small boost, or does it try to get out of the way and go to the large boost? These are things to start to pay attention to, because obviously on the note of these demos, you're going to have boost to get to that supersonic speed and make it happen.
On the more technical side too, is if how well they maintain it during the time that they do go get it. Because of those bots and the Flexo and Coilette, they were, as soon as they got the boost, they went ahead and used it. I mean, in more pro play, you'll see them holding on to it in between a range of 40 and 60 for multiple times before they go up for the ball. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not they continue to do that later on. Or
yeah, for sure. And some other things you can think about. as you're watching this, just to kind of take a look at what these students might have been thinking through. I started the top of the broadcast by saying the first message is go. How do they move forward? Past then, it's using data from the game, like the ball's position and velocity currently, where your opponent is and how fast they're moving currently, where the goal is relative to where you are, where the boost is, and then the player has to use all that information and determine what it is that they're going to take value in. For example, they might want to consider a more defensive posture. So as you guys are watching this, take a look for, when a player has lost control or when they have it, where does their car go and why? It might give you some insight into what the student was thinking in programming. Did it peel off to the right only when they didn't have it? We see these circles of death, as I've called them a couple times here, but they are a product of the car making a choice to do something given that situation. Coilette looking like they're going to give some pressure here. I think Flexo got the clear, however. It gets a bump, though.
Oh,
Coilette
shoot.
bullying Flexo.
If he would have turned right there, it would have been very dangerous for Flexo right there. The bumping out of position, honestly, was a pretty good attack. Oh, and an open net coming towards Flexo, driving it down the middle.
It might
gonna bump him out of the
slowly
way.
roll.
Oh,
No.
so close.
They are definitely more aggressive than I expected them to be.
Another demo.
Yeah, we're certainly
They might
beating the
be.
four.
Oh, so close right there, right? Almost to the back left corner there.
Coilette, unfortunately, angling towards
Oh,
their own
shoot.
goal.
Not a known goal. Forgot what the technical term is there, but Flexo
I think
ended
that we
up
would call
bumping
that a
Coilette
stiff
into
arm is what we would call that. Take a look. Coilette had the angle that was not beneficial, and Flexo said, oomph, and just went ahead and made the own goal happen. 1-0 for Flexo here on a very silly goal, but one that is doing exactly what the car was programmed to do in that situation. I wonder if Flexo's car even prioritized where Coilette's car was in that moment, or if just prioritized ball is angled at goal right now. Coilette was just in the way. I'm real
That could
curious.
have been a convenience factor.
Yeah. Opportunity in the corner here for Coilette, but keeps getting bumped. And we will see.
And it does seem that it will take priority over that ball instead of boost, even when it's near the path, to just take a little bit of a wider angle to slow it down itself a little bit. Oh, Flexo, another open net towards it, and that will be another goal for Flexo.
A very different game 2 here so far than game 1. And I think that what I'm noticing that's interesting is that the defensive strategy the bots have between when they're willing to press an attack and when they're not. We've seen a couple times here in this game where like Coilette had a ball squared up on Flexo's goal, but just like kept pushing it to the left or kept pushing it to the right. And then in the 2 goals that Flexo's had, they have just been dead on shots. And Flexo said, don't mind if I do. So we're also seeing a lot of this taking the ball up the wall and then deciding what to do with it from there, whereas you would typically see an aerial follow-through in a real game. I think that maybe you are likely to create open space if you're willing to take it up the wall, and that just on average might lead to your opponent's car not being in the way as much. But here we go, deep, fast up in the corner. Playing like we're playing threes right now. Flexo!
So close, almost snuck it back in there. I will say they are giving themselves pretty decent setups to do whatever. If they had any aerial abilities, they'd be able to set themselves up pretty well to just do whatever. So they have the beginning works there of something crazy.
Coilette gets muscled out of the corner, missed the large boost as well over there. And so now Flexo coming from above.
And I will say they look like it will happen eventually that somebody will pitch into the ground and there'll be a pretty nasty shot inbound towards someone's net or corners or something.
Both of these bots heading into this match
Ooh.
were 0-1.
Pinch back right, just barely crossbarred.
They're 0-1, needing to win the match to survive. Coilette won game 1. Flexo up 2-0 with just about a minute left.
That has
game
angle.
2.
Oh,
A dirty, dirty demo from
barely
Flexo there.
saved, but a breakaway is about to happen. You almost had control of that in the corner too.
The circle of death is happening up on the
Flex
wall
will
right
save
now.
himself right in there. got himself out of the tricky situation there, back up onto the field.
And you probably just noticed in that circle that Flexo was doing, it didn't just continue at the same angle. Toward the end, Flexo's car actually did peel off from that circle as to avoid the own goal. So I love the intention there behind that. It's the little things you're starting to see as you're watching these spots. You're like, oh wow, they really are having a thought process here. Ouellette has ball control, bouncing it up to oneself. Flexo hasn't made touch yet.
And it looks like eventually, after a couple of misses on their thing, they will eventually decide to change direction.
Hello.
And unfortunately, an own goal again.
Ouellette might not be out of this game too yet.
It's been super close up until for each game so far.
Yeah, and I have to say, I didn't expect that. I think that in my brain, there would be one code that would just objectively be better than the other. And the closeness has been both welcome and surprising here. The awesome job by these students. And let's see if anything happens in the last 10 seconds. Got to be careful.
Oh, there was a potential open shot right there.
It does look like Flexo's going to take the ball up the wall here.
Aerial?
And look for the spike and clear. And game 3 is on its way. 1-1 apiece. Keaton, if you were approaching this from a Rocket League playing perspective or a coaching perspective, so to speak, if you're talking to a human being, what are you telling these bots in terms of what they're doing well and what they could work on?
I would obviously say boost management, a little bit, being able to keep your boost until you have a position to shoot it on net. And just, I'm assuming with a lot of these matches, just having a clear shot on net is going to win them a game most of the time because they're having to angle themselves they're coming at it from a wide stance each time. So just taking shots on net, clear shots, from anywhere will end up probably winning them the game.
Yeah, I saw a note here. It said, shoot to the players in the program. Shooting accuracy is a big deal. Every shot on net or wide net has an impact on the decision the bots are making. And consistently, the bots that are shooting on frame more often, but also Rocket League's complicated, are going to see more success. And even in that game, we saw the score from Flexo that was just pushing Ouellette into their own ball. And so that was still an instance of just take the shot on the angle no matter who's in your way in that case. I want to pick the brain of our friends over at Skillquest and see what the discrepancy was between, we only saw one demo and about 4 hours of gameplay. And now here we are 2 games into the beginning of our stream today. We've had 4 demos in like 20 minutes. And so
it would seem it's pretty all convenience, but I wonder how you would factor in differentiating when it would go for a demo versus going for the ball. And it's because if it was just honing in on a certain player, would that take precedence over the ball? And if they happen to just be close every single time, you wouldn't have any time to the ball for yourself. So it definitely would take a lot of different, coding, not just 10 layers, but maybe 100 different layers to even get to the point where it even knows what to do.
Yeah, I think that in the demos we've seen so far, to me, they're clearly incidental. They're just things that are happening because the cars are both wanting to be in the same spot. But man, this pop-up kickoff that keeps happening in the cycle, I love this little bump and grind going on here.
I will say that in normal Rocket League matches and normal 1v1s, I think anybody can attest to that is the main deciding factor whether or not you're going to be scoring points most of the game. Because if someone just has a more dominant kickoff, it doesn't matter what you can do. You could score off those first 5 seconds 7 times in a row just because you have that kickoff established. And that takes away the factor of that. Now it's just kind of a full force bloodbath to see who gets to the goal first.
Flexo has ball control into the corner, going to be sending it back towards their own goal. An opportunity for Ouellette. Muscles past him, taking it into the corner. I will fall out of my chair if there's a spike off the ceiling here. No, not quite yet. Ouellette's going to still have ball control, though, getting into the corner. Not going to hit the boost. You see the turnaround because the thought was I am needing to take the angle towards my goal, but now it's Flexo's turn for something. I don't think we're going to see a goal off of this aerial at any point. I mean, it would have to just be the best angle, more of a lucky angle.
I'm telling you, that pinch off the ground, that when they fly up towards the angle and they're going towards the ball, if they are facing down at any point, that will force the ball to fly out in the opposite direction. And those are more common than you think in most games because in most situations for competitive play, it's a bailout situation because you don't want to.
No.
I wonder how a rule one for this will send it into overtime if anything. I mean, eventually this will have to roll out. The ball's going to go towards the net if it gets enough speed going up that wall there. But
this is an excellent opportunity to talk about, what these students are thinking about, how this works. I mentioned earlier that Skillquest basically breaks this down to a simple, fun, and approachable 7 skills and programming process. If you think about it, the fact that we're getting to this product just having those 7 skills is pretty crazy. I've already talked a little bit about the defensive strategy these students might be thinking about. Boost collection, there's some things you might think about. Do they go to a particular large boost after kickoff? Or do they go to smaller, and why? Do they leave an offensive push to get a boost? Do they attempt to pass through small boost while traveling along with the ball, or do they just focus on the ball? When your opponent is about to score, do you go get a boost? Things that you want to avoid happening. These are things they have to consider. We've talked a lot about kickoffs the last couple minutes, so I want to address that too. Basically, you've seen every single kickoff look the exact same. The bots take off at the same speed and the same angle, and they jump straight up in the air, and that's what it's going. Because most learners basically program the car to hit the ball towards the opponent's net at all times, right? So when they're just straight on, that's why you see the bounce up. I wonder if we're going to see something different in this tournament. I wonder if we're going to see an intentional angle taken off kickoff, or if we're going to see anything like that. If you see something other than the ball going straight up, there was some intentionality behind that in the program.
Also, I will say, if they do get the perfect angle on this, they might get it hit just to the right side, and that will be pushed into the net for Flexo. It has to turn absolutely right now, though, for it to even have a chance.
It would be the most diabolical thing I've ever seen in a Rocket League game.
And it has a minute to get there. I'm calling it an 8-mile-per-hour shot. Oh, I don't think it has an angle on it. Who knows? They might be able to push it all the way over there. Oh, no way.
The ball is rotating.
Yeah, it's rotating in the weirdest way possible. You might have it. I don't know if they have enough time, though. We'll see. Dead stop on the ball there, too. Stop the angle.
Another thing I thought was interesting to mention here, there's a note from Skillquest that says if the player's aerialing, it means they have fundamentally understood the whole course. It's a little easier to program these ground shots, but when you're taking these aerials, which we see, these bots have done that. They've been taking it up the wall over and over and over again. That's showing some pretty commanding knowledge that these students have put together for how to do this. I think that if we had another 2 minutes, Koilet would lose this match via how this is going. But I don't.
I will say real quick before the timer ends, if you want a glimpse into how the bots are thinking, always be looking at their tires, and especially right now, this is a great way to see what the bots are kind of doing to get themselves out of the situation that they're in.
It's a great observation. Trying to jiggle there. It is going to be whoever scores wins in this game. The loser will be done in the tournament. And let's see what happens as we are in overtime.
We're going into overtime. Is a crazy start to the tournament here.
No kidding. Flexo with the first opportunity, but it's going the wrong way.
Ooh, this is bad news for Flexo. He's getting on the right side of the ball, though. Koilet looks like it ended up saving Flexo there for the going down the right side of the pipe there. It looks like both of them are utilizing those corners a lot when they're going down the field.
I was just about to say, it seems like they're using the corners and swinging the ball around there a lot. We haven't really seen success scoring through that. Here we go, though.
No way.
That's going to be it. Flexo, after being down in game 1, wins the next 2 games to move on to the tournament. And I was just saying how the corners are not working. That time, the ball gets over Koilet's bot. And that will be all that needs to happen for Flexo.
The only thing that Flexo actually helped himself get that shot there because he ended up bumping Koilet out of the way. The only reason why it rolled in there. So if intentional or not, that ended up winning him the game.
Yeah, it is a matter of creating your own luck. I think a lot of this programming is saying, hey, on average, these behaviors are going to lead to more skills. And so you see them doing that. I think what was funny when you mentioned to look at their tires and see what they're doing, these bots don't respect Rule 1. Hot take. They were trying to get out of that. So there's that. But yeah, I think this is a really, really cool program. Congrats to Flexo for moving on. And congrats to Coilet for doing a lot of work. You can tell that there was a ton of thought in that, got a game out of it. And I'm excited to see these upcoming games as we get into them. Next up is going to be a game where both are advancing, but it's just a matter of seeding in the subsequent bracket later today. This is a very applicable skill in the real world. I know so many jobs that are becoming available are because of backgrounds in tech and programming, software engineering, data analytics and science, cybersecurity. I remember when I was speaking to Corbin, I mentioned the founder of Skillquest in Columbus. He mentioned that something egregious, like a fraction of the jobs that exist in this industry will have employed people in them in the next 5 to 10 years because people are retiring, and the number of people that are in these jobs in college is so, as majors, is so small relative to the need. And so this is a really good opportunity for folks that are thinking about what they want to do for their future, their major. If you have interest in software engineering, cybersecurity, programming, you're heading into the right century because there's just going to be so much opportunity for this. And why not learn how to do it playing Rocket League? This is awesome. I wish I could use this to make me better at Overwatch, but I think that ship has sailed about 3 years ago. So there's that. Up next, we've got Fry and Crushinator. We are going to see a seeding battle. Both of these cars have already seen success, and I'm excited to see what's going to get underway here. The other thing that I think is I want to mention about the preparation for the real world is not just the skills that you're using and not just being able to say you have good career impact, but these students have a portfolio now. They get to show and say this. That was a different kickoff than what we'd seen before. That tells you there was intentionality behind it. And Frybot's going to be able to defend. It looks like Crushinator's advanced there. But yeah, I just think it's super cool that these kids are going to get to be able to say, like, here's my portfolio, like you would have if you were an artist or if you were starting a business.
And I will say this is an event showing of the bots so far. It is flipping into the ball, which puts a little bit more English onto it.
English, yes. And I do like that we did see a different kickoff. They took a different approach to the kickoff. At least one of them did. And that the thought was not just aim at their goal. This could creep in.
Goal.
Crushinator, the first score. We do really need to be able to on-command hit that. I think I need to talk to my League of West boys and see if we somehow get that one in there. Yeah, Crushinator gets the first goal here, and I do think we're looking at a little bit different match than we had just watched between Flexo and Coilet, because
I will say him flipping into the ball at the last second is more than likely going to put that ball over Crushinator and sending that to that corner each time, which gives him a little bit of an advantage going into the corner. And I will say that Crushinator already is looking like he's using boost management at least a little bit here, and it's holding 100 right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff happening right now between these two. You see better efficiency with the pathing of the boost. You see that the car is adjusting on the fly, thinking. There's another demo.
That was definitely an intentional demo. He went out of his way for that, and the angle of the ball was there, so that there's an intentional demo happening. I wonder how he made that happen. And there's another goal.
Yeah, Fry is going to score here, and I think that I like what I'm seeing a lot because you said watch the wheels, and we had that great angle where we took the car up and then onto the ceiling and got the front row view of what the wheels doing. They were on the fly adjusting to where the ball is. I'm interested to see if we see anything that can take a look.
If he is able to do that every single time, he will be deadly in this tournament. You can see right there, he jumped at the last second while the guy was on the ground, and it will send over, depending on where the spawn is at the very beginning of the game, but this will be the deadly angle. I'm interested to see how Crushinator is going to get out of this.
That is kind of dirty. Frybot, oh my goodness, just has command of the match now. 3 rapid succession goals after being down 1-0. And to your point, there it is again. It's get there, it's flip, it's follow up, and it is working.
And they're both going at a similar speed, which is a factor too. If Crushinator was going super fast there, it wouldn't matter. They would still collide, and it would do a 50-50 ball. But since they're going the same speed, he's just popping over, and he will have command of this situation for a while.
This is getting out of hand. This bot.
I will say it is bound to switch to a corner eventually. But it will be bad if it keeps continually switching to the middle. But now we will have back to our regular scheduled programming.
Well, now we know that if the ball is centered, Frybot's going to score. Frybot figured that moment out. And
that is a huge part. And I said this at the other game that if you have kickoff down, you will probably end up likely winning.
Yep, that is that one's experience. Frybot with another angle from downtown. Hello. There's your pinch. Kind of.
He jumped for that too. He took the angle away from him there. That is crazy.
Anybody else watching and thinking that these autonomous program bots are better Rocket League players than them, and it's kind of making them mad?
Wonder if we let them out in the ranked wild, how far they would go.
It's funny you ask. I asked that question, and the general feeling is that these bots that are being programmed in the Skillquest beginner's course here could probably hold their own in mid to high plat and still make it happen.
A little off screen work there, but it looked like Fry must have had to squishy the save there to keep momentum with Crushinator there.
Oh, nice try on the angle.
And if you look there, if you watch the tires, that would probably be a recurring thing there. But he was angling the side of his car there, and he just faked out Fry for his second goal there.
Yeah, Crushinator
that looks like that was on purpose too. Oh no, he unfortunately went too close to the angle there, but that's still insane.
We got a fun game on our hands here in this second match. A lot higher scoring game. And here's in the middle again. What's going to happen? Well, I'm not a betting man.
Oh? Actually, no. Saved by the bell there.
Yeah, I think Crushinator's
just a bit outside, and that gives Crushinator, and the only thing bad for Fry here is that if he doesn't get to the ball first there and score, he does have a really bad chance of getting counter scored on there. So maybe it'll balance itself out later into the match.
Fry with another opportunity taking up the ball, going to be bumped by
close roll one.
Oh, the slide down, doing the moonwalk down the wall right now.
And I will say that looked like the bot power slid there because you have a different interaction whether or not you're power sliding down the wall or just just letting it free fall down the wall.
And after that rapid three-peat of scores, it looked like Crushinator was down and out, but Crushinator is not. It is now 5-3. And I think what's interesting so far in the dynamic of this match is if the point goes on for any length of time, Crushinator's bot is doing better. If the point lasts less than 10 seconds, it's because Frybot got it immediately. And so they're clearly prioritizing different things in this program, and the interaction here is very interesting. Crushinator, another opportunity, might be a little too wide.
Oh, so close.
Frybot looks like this.
Oh, what a powerful shot back to the right corner, and that'll be his 6th goal there.
Frybot's taken personally that I said that they can only score on the goal or the kickoff. Takes it from the middle of the field there, finds the angle.
And I will say they are utilizing, instead of just the grill of their car, they're going for the corners, which does provide, especially if they're flipping like Frybot is, it will provide them that power shot, which puts them just a step above on a normal shot would normally, and even that's going at 30 miles per hour.
Now, pay close attention on our next kickoff, or whichever one we're going to see next. When the ball's in the middle and Frybot was doing so well before, something's changed, and the flip isn't an automatic thing anymore. Is it the speed Frybot's bringing to the table, or is Crushinator's bots doing something different in those interactions than what's happening before?
I do think little of a spoiler. I will say that if we do slow it down, it will maybe be that Crushinator is going just a hair slower than Fry, because it's not it's given a little pop-up each time, which usually is an indicator that someone or somebody is going slower than somebody else.
Well, Crushinator could score 2 in the last 30 seconds. Let's see if they do. Frybot's going to get it into their corner, however, and here's an angle that is not good news for Fry.
Another drive down the field. If he holds off for a second, he might have an angle. Frybot is always ready to push it down the field.
Yeah, I think that Crushinator is going to have to take the L on this game 1, but we have learned a lot.
I still say it's pretty close.
It is close. I think it's 6-4, but it's closer than that, especially since it's 4-4 if Frybot doesn't get a couple cheesy goals off kickoff. Cheesy not in that they weren't deserved, but in that Frybot knew what they were doing there. And so kudos to Fry's programmer. You figured something out that's working.
It's that kickoff superpower. That I will say it is 50% of the battle. It is the heart. If you find somebody in ranked 1v1 and they have a better kickoff than you, you're already at a huge disadvantage going in, because then you have to fight back.
Yeah, and the note here I'm seeing, and I said it a couple times, but I want to drive this point home. It is much simpler to program your bot to go straight towards the ball on kickoff. If other things are happening, like the flip we're seeing from Fry right after, like the slow down slightly because Crushinator wants to avoid that happening, whatever the case is, there is some serious intention behind the programming of that moment. And you keep highlighting that the kickoffs really matter in ones. And I think that these kids know that because their bots are making choices based on their game plan. And remember, they can't change it. So Crushinator is not on the fly learning. This is not AI machine learning. This is not just infinite iterations of just this didn't work, this did work. We're not teaching ourselves how to play Pong over here. They are what they are. And so the only differences you're seeing is the angle on the ball, the speed that they're approaching at that angle, where the ball happens to get hit because of those different variables. It makes a lot of the points start the same way, but as you can tell, they're not ending the same way. It is a dynamic game, just like real Rocket League. And Fry is going to start up 1-0 in this series.
I will say it would be interesting to see, because you can make a bot have, like you said, if somebody is it might be better than you, per se. So it'd be interesting to see if you make your bot work on a specific thing, that if you have that certain aspect of your bot doing that thing, it's going to be better at other aspects. And like you see here, Frybot is stupendous at the 1v1 kickoffs. So it looks like Crushinator, it's really good at holding down the angle on that right side and being able to carry it in, and he's done that multiple times.
Sitting in goal waiting to get a clear is what Crushinator's bot just did, and it worked out. Frybot looking for the interruption, going to get it. But yeah, you'll see a couple times in this match that Crushinator's bot has gone into its own goal ready to defend a number of times. That is definitely a choice that was made.
Oh, that has the angle potential.
Crushinator not there to follow through, however.
You might get that boost coming through. I mean, it looks like both of them are just chilling at the 0 mark right now. Crushinator coming back through some of the turtle pads there.
You start to think about, as we'll get this. You start to think about the students and the way that they can use these skills. It's not just programming Rocket League bats. It is being able to program anything. If anything is electronic or requires some sort of, there's a score from Frybot there, 1-0. I mean, this is like planes, cars, radars, anything with the digital electronic needs a programmer to be able to handle the significant time that writes the controlling code behind that thing. This took work to make these Rocket League vehicles do what they want it to do, but so does literally everything with electronics in the world. And so this is great hands-on experience. And Frybot with an early lead.
Frybot intentionally going for the boost pad there.
Yep, as opposed to pressing its advance. Probably had the opportunity to push a score, but went for the boost pad instead. I wonder if we'll see that as a.
I wonder if it thought whether or not it didn't have the angle anymore, and that's when it decided to give up, or whether or not it chose to at 0 boosts, regardless of whether or not it was going to score or not. And see, that's at that, some of the stuff that you have to think about that you wouldn't normally think about that would be automatic for you probably would be hard to cover all of your bases. And how many
Just
of those,
so much can happen.
and how much code can interfere with each other. I can't even imagine the different trial and error that a lot of people had to go through.
This is on. That's going to be a tying score.
That's a
for
tie
Crushinator.
game.
We got a barn burner here in this game 2, match 2. This is our last round robin match of the day. After this, we're going to head into our quarterfinal match. All 4 quarterfinals are going to be going on at once. We will highlight one of them here on stream, and then we'll have a break from our sponsor and then get back into finishing the day. That is the goal we expect.
Frybot coming back into the dominant middle spot. And I do think if we're looking at these replays, I do think Fry's just a hair faster just with that flip forward there. Especially if he's getting into supersonic, which you could see when that white trail hits the back of their car. See if it's actually visible. Yeah, see once that trail hits right towards the end, it looks like Fry Guy's reaching it right towards the end there and utilizing that with his jump.
I think that it's almost like, I wonder if there's just one thing that is so much more important than others when it comes to the coding. Is it to just be dominant on kickoff?
Control and maintaining supersonic speed. I would just without knowing, like, if you had to dumb down Rocket League a little bit and had to just say if you work on these 2 things, if you're able to control it and then just maintain that supersonic speed, you already have half of it. That's when you start throwing aerials and stuff in there. No, he's defending it well. Does he back up?
Oh!
Saved by Fry Guy. Feeling generous.
The circle of death does not bode well. Hello, bump. Didn't quite get the demo, but bumped into the next zip code. And now Crushinator's trying to regain control on Fry's side, but not going to be able to do it. That's dangerous.
That's a little outside. He might have saved himself.
Fry coming around from the other angle, though. Oh, misses.
Just a bit outside, and Crushinator's been good about these things. Oh, Fry Guy comes out from another take.
Notice that Crushinator's bot, as he was taking it down the field there, did not care about the large boost. So in terms of what programming choices were made there, would rather follow the ball than to go off course and grab a boost. This one is potentially
a pot
on.
shot, and that will be scoring. That is our first. I don't know if that would be aerial, but it is really close to being the first technical shot we're seeing. He jumped. I think that was a pinch too.
He went up for that. That is for sure. That was a great goal by Fry.
Not only did he go up, he jumped for it at the perfect angle.
Another kickoff even on, and man, there's not going to be another goal off kickoff.
And something that would make Frybot even more deadly, it seems that so far all of the bots, they do not mind going a little bit under the ball, which gives them a good angle going up to it. But as soon as it gets too far, that's when they're having to turn off and go back. So seeing if they're going to put how you program telling your person to hold off and sneaking it in there, telling your person to hold off and wait a second before engaging again without disrupting the flow of your program and losing momentum in the game too.
Now 30 seconds left. Match on the line. Will Crushinator be able to stave off? I don't know why I thought Steve was involved. Stave off a goal here. Frybot gets the command to start, grabs a big boost, but the ball is heading back towards his goal. Crushinator's
power slide moment.
Could not quite.
Oh wait, no way. That was probably the most technical thing we've seen all day too, right there.
No icing on the cake yet. Is Crushinator going to get one more chance to take the ball down the field?
No
he
way.
looks like he is, but the
just
time's
a little bit more time.
Oh man, the bot knew what it was doing, and it would have tied the game, but not going to be enough time for that. And Fry will take this match 2-0. That will conclude our pool play. And so we are going to be moving into our quarterfinals next. We'll wait to hear from our streaming staff over at League OS which match that's going to be. But we're going to be moving into best of fives now for the quarterfinals. Then after our break for our semis and final, we will be in best of sevens. This is very cool to watch, Keaton. First impressions as a Rocket League player, watching these bots that are hard-coded for every little thing they do, don't get the machine learning environment. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing?
I would just say, like, knowing it, like, they had to manually sit down and think of each of and every one of these scenarios. If I could just, magic tool and say this is what I wanted to do and get a list down, I can't even possibly imagine I'd even scratch the surface of this. And I've been playing this for God knows how long at this point. So this is tremendous work just to even think about. And it, like you said earlier, it is applicable to everywhere, and there's no shortage of jobs in this now or in the near future, or even in the far future. So they should be crazy proud of what they can do. And not only that, they get to do something fun, and they get to apply it to whatever they want to do in life too. Even if it just is a hobby, it could still take them to crazy heights.
Yeah. I want to say GG's to our players who will not be advancing. Still great work on the programming of their bots. Nothing to be ashamed of at all.
And it's a close game too. When you see like you say, Crushinator was literally 3 seconds away from tying in, could have sent it into another game. So literally any of the game.
Do want to highlight we saw on stream that was Coilette, and then Bender, Billionaire, and Rusty are 4 that we're not going to be moving on to our bracket. So we will see the other 8 competing in the latter half of our broadcast today, but still, to those 4, great work. Be proud of what you put together, and you have some things to show off to future employers. They're going to be as mind blown, if not more mind blown, than we are, because we are endemic to this space. We are part of this generation, and we know what jobs are out there and do see the value in esports. People that see this stuff that you put together that are less endemic to that space are going to be even more blown away that you, as a 14, 15, 16, 17, and I guess 18-year-old are able to do this stuff is freaking awesome. It's awesome. So let's see here. It's like we're going to be doing match 2 is what we're going to be showing. URL versus Fender. In our quarterfinal here, we're moving on to a best of 5. You can see the bracket here. Bella, the number 1 seed, will be taking on the Crushinator, who we just watched. Bella, when you look at the standings, pretty dominant. Bella's going to be the one to beat for sure. It's not just winning, it's winning by a lot. When you look at Bella in the standings there, URL and Fender will show on screen. That's the 4-5 seed. Fry, your winner from that match just then, will be taking on SpongeBob off screen, and then Roberto will be taking on Flexo. And so we will show just the URL Fender match for quarterfinals. Then we'll have a break from our sponsors for about 15 minutes. When we come back, we will show every match from that point on, just to make sure we can get anybody that's possible the screen time to show off their skill. I do want to take this opportunity to shout out League OS and the team they've put together here. They are awesome, and the production is top-notch. They do leagues for collegiate and high school and other professional organizations as well, and their site's awesome. And I'm glad that they're getting to work with Skillquest in this. And I want to shout out Skillquest as a personal anecdotal note. When I met Corbin in Columbus, I was like, what is this guy talking about? I'm like, what? You're programming bots? And I almost left the conversation politely. And he's like, no, let me tell you what I'm talking about. And I was mesmerized. 10, 15 minutes later, as someone who notoriously can't shut up about things they're passionate about, Corbin outdid me. And he was a visionary in putting this together. So shout out to him. I believe that the current CEO of Skillquest lives near us. Keaton. We're in Franklin, Tennessee. It's a beautiful 62 degrees and clear outside right now. And
windows are open.
Yeah, Connor's down here in the Nashville area, I'm not mistaken. I also believe that Connor's wife just celebrated a new child in their life. So I want to congratulate them for that. And then also the whole team at Skillquest, just the work they do to make this possible for the kids. It's really, really awesome. So thank you guys. And I'm excited to get into this quarterfinal. Haven't seen either of these yet. I know that Bella is really, really good. I know we've seen Fry and Crushinator.
Crushinator will be a good litmus test too, because Crush was not bad at all, and I thought those were too crazy. What we just saw was crazy.
Well, I'm excited to see if Fry's kickoff continues to be why Fry's doing well. I mean, Fry's the number 2 seed now.
As long as he is the dominating speed factor in his kickoff matches, he will see a lot of success in the future.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else here. I want to mention, been able to shout out quite a bit about how this works. And I think we're going to get into our game soon. We are. URL and Fender's up next.
I want to say, these names are heat. Everyone that came up with the name for their bot, I'm loving it.
Oh, wow. And then we have a different kind of kickoff to start our quarterfinals off. Remember, we are best
Not
of
pinched
5
straight
now.
up, but-
Yeah, didn't go straight up. Didn't go into the goal in 3 seconds either. A dead heat.
Oh, so close to start off there. And it looks like everyone so far is really loving their corners, and I don't think that's any different from human counterparts that play Rim.
URL is going to have an opportunity, but missed the angle here, unfortunately, and get a little reset. Both of them resetting themselves in the goal here to see where they want to go next. This is, I mean, I guess it would make sense. We're watching the 4-5 match. You would expect to see the bots evenly matched, and man, they're practically doing the tango together. They are in step as they're moving across the field here. Here's an opportunity for URL, however. It's just going to be off.
Close. Little crossbar shot.
There's that power delay down the wall again, trying to get the positioning.
Just looking at the technical side here, it doesn't look like they have been... That this is another really deep dive. When you're shooting at the ball, if it looks like it's going to go off, you might as well go ahead and take the opposite corner, which means you have to abandon your current path. And it seems like a lot of the different bots have not shown any interest in going back to the corner, but still trying to take that pot shot again from the angle they're at.
URL is not going to get around Fender here. Fender's still living in the corner. Though. Yeah, I do think that, to your point, once they take it in the corner, what we're not seeing frequently is a follow-up on creating a wider angle again to be able to close that shot. It's when it's straight down the field that the bots are knowing really how to take care of it.
I'm interested, though, that, like, I would consider movement with inside the goal to be, like, that is pretty technical, too, because, like, especially in Champ and Grand Champ and Supersonic, no, I wouldn't say Supersonic Legend, but, like...
This one's potentially on, finally. URL just got to get a little more to the left. Oh, straight up. Not going to work. And we've seen so
right here, this is, you could see that they're deciding to choose not the net, but see, I'm seeing a lot of them just jumping out of the net and trying to save themselves to keep momentum and stuff. It's crazy work what these guys have really thought of. Because I would have missed goal work completely.
Down in this match. I looked up for time. I'm like, we've been at 4 minutes for a while. Yeah, I think that we're seeing a lot. There's
another
finally
goal.
Be a shot on. You can see about why that timer wasn't going down there. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of close misses so far between URL and Fender. It's knowing that they got to get towards the goal, but hit the crossbar over and over and over again.
And I'm interested to see if they're, because I mean, this would be really hard to tell from a viewer's standpoint if they're aiming for the center of the goal or aiming for the pockets of the goal. Because I mean, beneficially, you're going to get more chances on net just shooting for the center each time, but it's easier to defend. If you go for that corner, it's harder to land, but it's a harder shot to defend too. So
you might actually kind of outthink yourself on accident and create a harder, like if you want to aim for the pocket, thinking like, oh, that's where it's going to be more successful shot. Well, is it? Because we're a little off.
And that would only depend on the defense, though. If they have, because if you look a lot of them right now, like if he would have turned back right around, if he would have turned back right around there, he would have had a perfect angle. So it seems like, and this has been true, especially for all the bots that have played so far, is that they don't really seem to care to put themselves between the net and the enemy player, let alone the ball. They're looking more at the aggressive stance and just trying to offense is the best defense type of stance.
All right, remember, it is actually 2-0, if I'm not mistaken. Our tickers have a little bit of issues right now, but URL has been the scorer of both goals we've had so far. This one's sitting in the goal, and URL's bot gets there first.
Just barely. Oh, and he still keeps up the momentum there too. And I will say that, and this is another tough one. It would be hard to decide what to do with the boost there, but it seems like they're choosing to use their boost when they get it. But it seems that URL bot seems that he has a bunch in his pocket right now though.
2-0 URL with 1 minute left. We've seen great attempts by Fender, but we have yet to see it close. It's been a lot of crossbar shots so far.
Oh, this will be hard to defend.
Looking good. 3-0.
And that'll be another goal.
URL putting some space between that 4 and 5 seed, and is going to be up 3-0 now. in this first game. As time is wiping down, at some point we'll probably wave a technical white flag.
I wonder if the bot recognizes which side of the field it's on.
You would think it would have to.
Well, because you see them turning the opposite way sometimes, which makes it harder for them. I wonder if they're choosing to turn that way because that's the only way it knows how to turn, or if that's the way it's supposed to based on the field.
It's a fair question. You do see them kind of angle it towards their own. It's almost like they start to take it up the wall towards their own goal and then think, oh, wait, oops, and they don't continue on. Whereas when they do that towards their opponent's goal, they push through it. Yeah. Yep.
We need like a little close like phone a friend situation. Like, what do you think about this? One of the players.
Yeah, it'd be cool to interview. It will be URL here for game one. It would be very cool to interview the players like mid game and in future endeavors and say like, what was your thought process? What are you thinking about? We're gonna get this fixed up here with the tech side, but URL does take game one of that best of 5 series. Yeah, those behaviors you start to notice when you're watching more and more of it is like, okay, you took it up towards your own goal, but then you didn't push through because you realized you're pushing towards your own, whereas they always push through. It's just a matter of whether it's on or not when it's towards their opponent. So there's that. Also, small correction. I shouted out the recent child. Turns out it is the recent children. They had twins about a month ago. So double the fun over there in that house. So doubly congratulations to you guys. I got texted from our stream team said, actually. So there's that. URL up 1-0. Keaton, I'm gonna ask you the question a few times tonight. Why? If you're coaching this player as a human, what is URL doing well right now that is not working so well on the other side?
Honestly, this one is just about control and speed again. But they're both honestly really neck and neck right now. I would say I think the biggest thing for both of them to work on is putting themselves between the goal and the ball, and then also finding a better angle, utilizing the corners of their car instead of just looking for the straight shot in front of the goal and shooting it that way. Because they're a little bit off too on that. So if they get that angle earlier on, they'll just be able to take as many pot shots as they want.
I think it's funny. I think back on my first year coaching Rocket League with Johnny Gargano over there in Springfield, Illinois. And I remember thinking that it was actually a good strategy to just have one teammate like send the ball deep in the corner so it swings around and have the other teammate be in the middle to hit it. And like, kind of, it's a little bit more nuanced than that, obviously. But it does seem like that's almost what these bots are doing, is that they're saying like, hey, put it into the corner and swing it around to at least get the ball on that side and then create opportunity.
Well, if you're shooting at that angle, you're almost the corner is a bailout for, say, especially if you have a teammate too. So that's why you see a lot of these shots taking it to the corner and stuff like that, because it's already taking that forward momentum. And if it started peeling off towards that middle instead of going towards that corner, they'll be able to give them more angles. But you don't know how your opponent's going to respond to that either, because if it follows the flow of traffic, it's going to go all the way through.
Yeah, for sure. All right, game 2 starting up here. URL, the winner of game 1. Fender looking to get back into it. Hey, last match, the winner of game 1 lost the next.
Oh, and they are slowing down their turns there. If you see, they're not full force in that full throttle of the turn. They're doing a little bit of a power slide movement there. See right there too. You saw him do that, and that gets him
there. It is.
Unfortunately, that doesn't help him as Fender gets his first goal. Man. He actually gave him the perfect tee. Unfortunately, right there, it stopped and slowed and had nowhere else to go but directly into the net. That might be one of our fastest goals we've seen so far, 54 miles per hour. I don't know, that first earlier goal that was a pinch off the ceiling from 5 was, I think, right or up there too. 54 miles per hour, we'll let that be the undecided king for right now.
URL is taking the ball up the wall. Fender's not going to be able to do anything with it. URL is way back, not even contesting this at all. Went all the way back for a big boost, I think.
Interesting. He got boost there, though.
It got all the way back, but man, he left the party for a minute there.
So right there, if you watched his tires, he did have control movement of it. He just was not in the proper spacing, I don't think. If he would have had it turn a little bit. That is another goal for Fender there.
Oh, how the turntables.
I wonder how they would chose the design for their cars and what options they were allowed to choose from. So anybody that has Bacchus mod has the full catalog to their disposal, but it's just not viewed publicly. So I wonder how they were, if this is just the basic defaults they're given, or...
All right, Fender has turned the script here around and is looking to go up 3-0 now. The ball swings back around to the goal of URL, but URL
good ball control from URL. Again, doing really good dribble movements down the field to keep control in the same space, but just not finishing it towards the back of the net there.
Yeah, and it was open, so it's a matter of teaching the bot, hey, when you know.
That's the best control that we've seen so far, I would say, because that looked like that spent a lot of time getting it to do that. In a normal game where they're doing supersonic, you're just doing that, but really quick. That's real intentional. Whoever did that, very good job. Oh, first pinch attempt? That was intentional too. They had their if you looked, he tilted down the corner of the car there, and that will send that and force it into the net there. And that was at a really good angle. There was an attempt.
If URL doesn't do anything here, this is on. Does get the interruption.
Great clear. You get there first though. And I will say, even though there's no aerials happening, each and every one of these bots have had perfect setups for either invisible teammates or setting themselves up for an air dribble there.
URL, after winning game 1 handedly, is now down 2-0, about halfway through game 2.
Oh.
We will see what Fender brings around. There's a dribbling, but can you square it up? Again, no.
Yeah,
not
Fender was doing the exact same thing there.
Yep, same thing. That dribble we saw, but then not being willing to turn it and send the ball in. Now it's going to be URL's turn, who will disengage from the ball completely. It's not the first time that's happened in this game.
And I will say another note to look at is when they're flipping, whether or not the bot is looking towards correcting itself, or just flipping just enough to get to where the tires are landing on the floor. It's a little just that whether or not they're thinking about that, whether they're just trying to the ability to correct itself on its land.
All right, we are back. Appreciate your guys' patience here. What we're looking at right now is a restarted game 2 that we are halfway through, and Fender has taken the lead 2-1 as I start to say that. So we're halfway through game 2. Fender's up 2-1. URL won game 1. And so despite the restart, we are kind of in the same situation we were before the restart anyway, because Fender had that lead. So
and he just did a turnaround in air. That's he has the works of a half flip backwards too. That's kind of crazy.
Yep. All right. Let's see what they got going on here. All right. Fender with an opportunity here to take a 3-1 lead. Misses that angle though. Goes for the boost? Question mark. This is on, and URL's not there in time. Make it 3-1.
Fender with another goal.
Yeah. It is looking like it's going to be a tied series so far. It could turn around, of course, but we are not done yet. I actually did think in game 1 that URL had a clear advantage and was going to run away with this. Obviously, that is mistaken. And but I guess there's 2 minutes left, so we'll see. Getting back into this here, URL brings the ball into the corner, looking for the angle here. I so desperately want to see some kind of bring it up into the angle or corner, drop it in front of the goal, and follow through. That's what we haven't seen yet all at once. And I wonder if it is outside of the capability of the bot to recognize that situation happening and dynamically play that.
Ooh, that would have been a crazy attempt by URL sniping the goal there.
URL has an angle. Going to take it too deep, unfortunately. Too wide, rather. And About a minute and 20 seconds left. Different than the first game. Fender's actually taking angles. Well, that's going to be on as well.
That was crazy.
Let's take a look at what happened here. Yep, let's take a look. Gave him the nope. You know those commercials where the guy's fishing? He's like, gotta be quicker than that. Yeah, I think the difference is when Fender has taken shots on, they have properly been on in this game, as opposed to kind of they've seen a couple shots that were taken a little bit closer to the goalpost. Whereas right now, Fender's taking centered shots and it's paying off. Still not able to finish on the corner drop there. But
and I will say that if you watched Fender there more closely from a competitive stance, he power slid as he was dropping, which is a skill that sometimes even phases me, that when he drops, he power slides, which gives him more of an opportunity to either pivot a little bit quicker or even jump from that without losing any of the momentum previously. So, kudos.
30 seconds left. Will URL tie this up and send it to overtime? Has an opportunity right now. Fender's going to get in there and disrupt that advance. I do think that despite the kickoff goals being quick, it doesn't seem like goals happen quickly otherwise in these bot matches. Like, it takes a while for these things to fall together, and you don't have any surprise goals, sans the kickoff ones. Here is the last shot for URL. Gets tied up, though, by Fender, and Fender's going to tie the series. It is now 1 apiece. And
close.
yeah, it has been so close. That's what's blowing my mind about this, is it doesn't seem like, I don't know, the black and white learner in me wants there to be a right answer. And is Rocket League just too detailed, too dynamic to have a right answer when it comes to how to program the bot? I don't know. Do you think there is a always best practices, Keaton, or is it sometimes it's the best idea and sometimes that might be the worst idea?
I feel like there is kind of a best practices for a lot of different things. Just a high level skill gets to where it's how creative you are, and that's something that you could probably build against. For like some archetypes, some bots might be better than other archetypes on bots if they're not allowed to learn from each other within the different games that they do. So that would be a different factor in that.
Yep. All right. Well, URL took game 1 commandingly. Fender punches back in a close game 2. Remember, we are in these best of 5s for this semifinal, or excuse me, for this quarterfinal, and then we will be into a best of 7 for our semifinals and finals after our break. Hey, it's worth mentioning, we spent a lot of time talking about the job opportunities for these students when they have these portfolios, the programming they've been doing, all this stuff going on. It isn't just the private sector that would be interested in that. Our sponsors today, in fact, are the Army National Guard, and they have so many opportunities for students that are interested in getting into the armed forces, be it the Army National Guard or any of our branches. But there's so much to do where, like I said before, this is going to be a goal for Fender immediately here. Yeah, there's so much to do if something's electronic, and in the world we live in right now, be it in the private or military sector, there's so many opportunities for programming, electronics, and innovation, and things that we don't even know yet that we are going to invent, are going to need people that have this skill set. So much opportunity. We're going to take an opportunity to get to know our sponsors over at the Army National Guard a little bit better after this match. But yeah, I did want to highlight that it isn't just the private sector we can find these things. You don't have to wear a shirt and tie necessarily to do these jobs and to make a seriously good living on them too. These are high-paying jobs. Fender with a shot on again, and is going to take a 2-0 lead. Since game 1 ended, it has been pretty much all Fender, it feels like.
Fender's definitely been a dominating on this, but I will say they both have pretty excellent ball control. And I will say, if you look pretty closely, this time though it has tilted in Fender's favor. That means there might be a little variation in their kickoffs each time because it's not just stagnant.
It could be. You don't have to necessarily program to attack a kickoff the same way every time. It could be based on which angle you got or what the score is. Maybe you would attack a kickoff differently when you're leading than when you would when you're desperate and need a high risk, high reward situation. Like for example, we saw Fry's kickoffs. Yeah, Fry's kickoffs were very high risk, high reward, and maybe it made sense when he was needing the score to do it. But maybe that's why we didn't see the exact same kickoff. Here's another opportunity by Fender. I don't see URL getting involved at all, and he does not. 3-0 here for Fender in game 3, and Fender's programmer has to be pretty thrilled right now with how this match has turned around, because game 1 looked rough.
I wonder how, if they can just have different kickoffs for each different, like, round 1, round 2, round 3.
As it like the game 1, game 2, you're talking about like which game they're in?
No, I mean by like based on their kick, like, so not to like just to give it a name, essentially just every time they kick off they do it differently, whether or not it can't learn per se. So I wonder if they have to program into where this is after the first goal is scored, this is the kickoff we'll do. If they're the second,
100% could do that. It could be based on score, it could be based on relative position, it could be based on how much boost they have. I mean, all these things they have to consider when hard writing this code. And as we mentioned earlier, there is no dynamic learning happening by these bots. They are only executing their programming, and that programming was locked in on Thursday. So really, really cool stuff happening in. And I think that might become one of the better storylines today. And one of the more interesting things is not only how do the bots interact. Oh boy, Fender, help your brother out.
there is still plenty of time on the game clock.
Yeah, I think that it is so interesting to see how one set of commands can so significantly change in a set of outcomes, given all the variables. Worth mentioning.
Near identical there.
Worth mentioning.
Oh,
that
no
if
way!
you want to see the scores of our other quarterfinals going on,
Looks like we have a rule 1 too.
So if you want to see the scores of our other quarterfinals going on, check the Twitch chat for updates to that. Even though we saw Fry get a win with his kickoffs in the match we had before, Fry actually just got swept out of the tournament by the 7th seeded SpongeBob. So if you want to check on the other matches, take a look at Twitch chat and see the scores there, especially if you are in the middle of a Rule 1 in this one. Looks like that Bella is potentially on their way to finish sweeping.
Oh, they
off.
broke. That one has that one just stuck right and got out of it. Good on Fender there, but
We have a game here.
took advantage there.
(3-2) now in a match that, unlike the others going on and being updated in the Twitch chat, is definitely not a sweep or anything close to it. Fender had a comfy lead here, and URL is chipping away. What is going to happen? Fender kind of getting themselves into trouble a couple times, and it seems like both of these scores URLs had because Fender's cleared the ball towards their own net. Fender taking it down the pipe here, looking in the corner, looking for an opening, gets past URL but not into the net, cleared out. A nail biter here with 1 minute remaining.
Interesting enough, instead of going for the ball there, Fender decided to take a zoning approach there.
And I wonder what variables led to that choice for the bot here. Fender has an opportunity but keeps getting under the ball. And URL takes a wide swing here. Not going to be a goal right now. Remember, this is a best of 5 now, so it's not all down to this like it was in our earlier one.
Fender
Here's an insurance goal.
Net.
4-2. That probably will put an end to this game here. I don't see those 2 goals being scored in 20-some seconds.
Depending on the kickoff goal. Both of these bots have great tracking on where the ball is and where they put themselves in position.
No Rule 1 this time.
Ooh, both of them turning down. Oh, I saw. Ooh, if he would have got around it just a little bit more, that would have been absolutely beautiful for URL there.
And that continues to be what we want out of this that we're not getting yet, the ability to kind of keep continuing around the positioning of the ball, like Fender just did to a lesser extent. Puts him up 5-2. That will be it for game 3 for
This
sure.
is a difficult hole for sure to get out of in the next 7 seconds.
And even that, I mean, had a goalpost. It was helped out by the goalpost because the angle, the bots really need to be able to be dribbling and then toward the end just swing around to get the angle. And so far they just have it seems like they have a desired angle that they start dribbling along, and that's the angle they take. Fender 5-2, up 2-1 in the series. Fry, our kickoff fiend, has been swept. The number 2 seeded Fry has been swept out by the number 7th seeded SpongeBob.
I wonder how he handled that.
I bet we're
take a
going to
look at
find
some
out.
of these other matches and see, because Frag Guy, I would have said, was a pretty good contender for that. So I wonder what SpongeBob was doing there. You guys should definitely check out. We'll definitely have to take a review of the VOD later on tonight.
Yeah, I am not a betting man, but since we have seen URL, Fender, and Crushinator, and since we have not seen SpongeBob, Roberto, even though we've seen Flexo, I think we're probably going to be watching that match next. We'll see, especially with the upset from SpongeBob on Fry. That is a compelling match. Bella doing what was expected of them, and a dominating performance over there of Crushinator so far is what I'm hearing. But 2-1 Fender in this game so far. I am thinking there's nothing that's different between the 4 and 5 seed. They are essentially a dead heat. We've had close games, and even the 3-0 in game 1 felt a lot closer than that. It just seems like Fender didn't quite get around on the angles and capitalize when they did in this last game. So game 4 now. Keaton, what do you got? We going to go to game 5, or do you think Fender's going to put it away right here?
URL ball has the potential. It's just whether or not it could kind of just execute on taking that control and finding the angle just to push forward, because it has the works. I mean, it's giving Fender a run for its money.
Fender again swings the ball towards its own goal. Dangerous. URL's going to be swooping in. Not quite in time, though. That seems to me to be the single most dangerous thing these bots are going to be able to do or willing to do when they make the choices, is the choice they make to go ahead and clear the ball towards their own net. Because it seems like one of the simplest commands that the bots will follow is shoot ball towards their goal. And if you're helping,
You got
them
a
out,
shot coming from Fender.
A
Demo instead.
Finally.
Elusive.
I mean, we were spoiled with how many demos we were getting earlier. I was not happy that it had been almost half an hour.
And I will say, in competitive day and age, now demoing is becoming more and more not just a, like, you demoed me, and it's actually becoming a strategy. Because
Here's it goes for
there's
Fender.
a time the demo
Oh
incorrect,
no! Fender had
So
the ball
close.
on, and man, the bot adjusted and took that away on accident. This is also
shot potential from URL. So
no.
close.
Heartbreak.
Wait.
Fender.
Wait. Do we have no squishy save, but the shot potential. And it's really interesting to see the way they're dealing with slowing down. It doesn't look like it's a full power slide movement, but it looks like they're using a combination of power slide and regular turning.
URL looking to take a wide angle here.
The
Swinging all
widest
way around.
angle possible,
And
left
wow.
himself open for a shot.
Wow.
Freebie for Fender.
Didn't
Wonder
just take
what
a wide
happened
angle.
there.
It wasn't just the wide angle. It was a wide angle ignoring boosts, ignoring anything. It was just to get back, and obviously would have been served better by, if you want to take that and go back to defensive posture, get your boost while you're going back there. Get turned around quicker. Fender in the driver's seat now as they're up 1-0.
I will say on the positive notes for URL, though, it looked like the bot was trying to kind of get a power shot, because if it would have just been able to just in free play, that would have been a shot towards net, especially once it turned its card to take that angle. Was that a wave dash?
We know they can do it, but some of our better bots are definitely capable of and have done it in these tournaments. So it would not be out of the realm of possibility to see a wave dash
Keep
here.
my eye out. I don't know if that was accidental or not, but
That was a
that's
nice
a goal. Yeah,
and you see how it transpired. It was a nice bump there on Defender to get him out of the way and to finish the job. Almost shot too wide, but made it happen. And URL ties the game, not out of it yet. Just under halfway to play here in game 4. Let's see what happens up next. I love the soft touches these bots are getting on the kickoffs. It's cracking me up.
What the slow?
The ball
down,
just
I mean,
basically
it's-
doesn't move. Yeah, that's
There
a
we
nice
go.
shot. URL with it again, 2-1 now, and has turned it around. This is a streaky match. One of the other things that's very funny. When a goal is scored, the cars don't move. There's no more goofiness or nonsense. They just like get blown back away from the goal and they just stand there staring at it.
Awaiting next command.
Yes, literally. All right. Fender's looking
At least
for
none of them were thinking about the selfish aspects of, trying to celebrate afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they didn't start complaining that their goal was stolen or anything like that.
Every time they get scored on, they make it type in chat. Lucky
Yeah.
shot.
That would make me laugh. Would it be toxic?
Preloaded text.
A little bit, yeah. Preloaded, nice shots. That would be very silly. All right, back to it. URL dancing under the ball. Fender with an opportunity.
He's going to be able to get wide. He's going to have a breakaway here.
Not going to be able to get the
URL is loving that right corner, though, I will say. Breaking away. He does. I mean, that is usually the same angle they take there. See, I think that's a part of his programming. He took a waist stance back and then took out an attack. So if he gets
and this is
interrupted there, that'll
potentially
be
on.
his weakness. Weakness.
Man,
Dribbling
uses-
around the field here.
uses the corner too much.
Oh.
Fender.
No slow turnaround. Also getting an angle, but he has just
But where's URL?
Fender just whiffed an open net.
Yeah, URL left it wide open there.
Able to get back to his net though, so saved his. Oh, it looks like Fender went to try to look for a squishy save there, but looks like he had a little trouble. He had the. It looks like he was trying to do some aerial work there though.
This is dangerous right here. URL has just cleared the ball towards his own goal. Fender is swinging through. Here he comes. He's not quite going to get around it, it doesn't look like.
URL safely secures these last 4 seconds.
Yep, gets the clear here. And that will be it. We're going to game 5.
Overtime.
Well, not exactly.
Kind of.
No. Only if you bet on 4 games. Yeah, I guess you can't do it. Gosh, can you imagine
Sudden death, more like yeah.
What's the sports book on this one? I wonder. 2-2 your game score here between URL and Fender. We picked the right quarterfinal to show, that is for sure. It is a great one. And I hope that our players that are behind the programming of these bots are having as much fun as we are enjoying their work. This stuff is really, really awesome.
Dude, I'm so interested. This stuff is awesome to watch. I'm not gonna lie.
And I think what I would just love to do is to essentially write down what we think they programmed it to be based on what observations we're making and see how that actually scores away with it and see, what were the differences, what was right on. Yeah, that's really, really cool. SpongeBob, you can see on the bottom of your screen there with the LeagueOS ticker, the stream powered by LeagueOS and LOS Portal. It's showing that SpongeBob has finished that sweep down there. And we see Bella has also finished the sweep here. 3-0 for Bella and for SpongeBob. And we are awaiting the winner of URL Fender. I know the Roberto Flexo is a slightly delayed game just because of who is hosting and how many PCs they had hosting with. So we will start to see those scores come in as well. But yeah, GG's to Crushinator and to Fry. We saw them on stream. They were a lot of fun to watch, but they will not be the victors today, as they are both swept out of the quarterfinals. Back to it. Oh no!
Actually,
Okay.
instant breakaway.
Yeah, no,
Ariel?
that's it.
I'm waiting for one of these bots to just do a triple reset into a flick, into a musty, just something crazy.
How about a goal to start the game for URL?
That's even better. You know what? That's even better.
Yeah, and really, where's Fender? Oh, there. Yep, did come in.
Just an early stab at it, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little slow and steady wins the race for URL there. And after a great game one, URL really struggled in games 2 and 3, barely pulled it out in game 4, gets the start quit here in game 5, and really looking for another opportunity like the one that they just had. Not going to quite get around on it, but man, it's hard to not anthropomorphize these bots, like the assigning these human qualities to them, thinking that they're behaving or doing something. That's not what it is at all. It's very important to understand, especially if this is something you are used to looking at or something you're familiar with. This is not behavior. This is not learning. This is just T's being crossed, I's being dotted, and actions being executed upon that it is told to do. All these bots can do is what they've been programmed to do. And I think that kind of removes the romanticism from it, but in a sense, it is also, it goes on to show how awesome it is what these students are able to do here. They have to think of all these situations and program the bot to say if then a lot of times. And that's what gets them to the product you see here today in front of you. These are not emotionally charged learning bots. That's off the goalpost. Could have been a great insurance score there for URL. But all they're doing is following if-then statements. It's a little more esoteric than that, but that's why you have to take a Skillquest course to find out what those 7 rules are. This is a aerial opportunity here. Will the follow-up be there? No.
Ooh. Had a scoring opportunity there. And I bet it's really difficult to just have them turn on a dime with the ball. Because that's not something you have complete control of, the ball being in the same spot each and every time.
Yeah, and that's a great observation, actually, because you might think, well, why wouldn't you just program them to behave a certain way relative to the ball? But the ball is so dynamic. It is the most dynamic part of the game. So that's probably a much bigger ask than it might seem.
Because you could just have it do it, right? And just say, yeah, but then you have the risk-reward of what if you do it and overshoot it, and that's the bot's best breakaway each and every time. You're just giving up the ball. So you just can't ask it to do it. And there's so many layers to that.
Just over 2 minutes left, only 1 goal here in what has otherwise been a pretty highly scored match, especially for these bots. 1-0 URL. Will Fender be able to stop the bleeding and go back to the middle of this match's ways, or will URL slam the door here?
And I wonder if they're working in percentages with the
boost.
Boost.
That's going to be good.
Oh,
hello.
Right over.
That was a nice touch. Nice shot in chat. Take a look. Little floater over Fender, and nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Especially since we've been talking about how these bots are not quite good at the whole whip it thing. He was not going to be able to turn at the angle he needed to stop that. 2-0 URL.
Oh.
Not there yet.
Seems that especially everyone is kind of struggling with that back wall and what to do, because they're not jumping off the wall is not their best option, and doing a full turn is not their best option. So it's interesting to see how each and every one dealt with their problem of just getting off the wall there. Because even for real players, it's no one usually makes the right decision on that. It's more of the best fit in different case scenarios.
Dangerous here. Ball slowly floating towards the goal. URL's not stopping it. It's not on, but it could be a problem. Fender redirects it 2-1.
Catching back up.
And why wouldn't they? 2-1 in what has been a very close match so far. Why not bring an exciting game 5 here? I feel like if you were the student programming this bot watching it, it's got to be a little bit out of body experience, like rooting for yourself.
Well, I would say it's probably an anxious feeling, because you can't impact the outcome of the game during the game.
Yeah, that's not quite going to be on. Fender will be safe from that one. URL does send it to the middle. Ooh. Fender almost accidentally owned
alley-oop.
Yeah, that would have sucked. I did not want it to be how the game ended that way. This is off. Fender looking to clear the ball towards the net. Going to be getting the big boost on the way. Back tires get hung up there. Got clotheslined.
I hate that problem. It happens more than you think, actually.
That is just off. About 10 seconds left. Does Fender have it?
Oh, a breakaway if he comes out.
Could be. Does get it. Will the follow-up be there? They're neck and neck.
He holds him in place.
Think so. I think
Power shot. Aww.
URL finishes the series with a 2-1 win over Fender. Fender did have the opportunity at the end, but just like we saw earlier in our stream, the car just ran out of time at the very end. Well done to both of these players and their bots. Fender and URL gave us an exciting match there. Fender, great job producing the programming for that car. It sucks that it went the way it did, but hey, you survived the 5-game series there in the quarterfinals, and not all of your peers were able to say that. So there is that. We are going to be moving into a quick break, about a 15-minute break, in fact. So don't go anywhere, though, because what we have here is a great little presentation from our sponsors, the Army National Guard, speaking with an individual at Skillquest and kind of talking about this partnership and other things related to that. So we're going to move into that, and then we will see you guys in about 15 minutes for our semifinals. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome, everybody. I am joined by Sergeant First Class Tyler Butterworth. Tyler, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, man. I'm super excited to have this opportunity to sit here and speak with you. I think I've got some pretty good questions picked out, and really I'm excited to talk about your experience with the Army National Guard. Just a little bit of background for anybody who maybe doesn't know who you are. You've got, I believe, over 20 years of experience within the National Guard?
About 18 and a half right now, so almost there.
Getting close to 20. Prior to the Army National Guard, I believe you served time as a volunteer firefighter and assisted as an EMT. You've also have some time spent as a patrol officer and kind of evolved that position through a few different areas. And then following that, you became a sheriff, and then post that is when you took your role currently within the National Guard, or was there something after that?
Yeah, my active role within the National Guard, that came after the sheriff's office.
Awesome. So it's just a ton of experience kind of across essentially every facet of being what people think of as public servants. So we'll definitely touch on that a little bit later, but just to start off for you, can you tell us about yourself and what exactly you do in the Army National Guard?
Sure. So I, when it comes to the Army National Guard, I joined when I was 18. I joined as a 11 Bravo infantryman. I didn't really join for any of the typical reasons, going to college or cash bonuses or security clearances, that kind of thing. I joined because I wanted to go fight the bad guy at the time, and the infantry was the way to do that. From there, I went to Fort Benning for one station unit training. So I did basic training and then infantry school, graduated from that, and then fast forward about 3 months and I was in Iraq for my first combat deployment. Did that, came home, was home for a little bit. I used my education benefits in the Army National Guard to go to community college at the time. Then I volunteered for another deployment, became a mortarman, an 11 Charlie mortarman in the Army National Guard. Went on that deployment, came back, continued my service within the Army National Guard until I became a recruiter full-time for the Army National Guard.
And what year was that?
That's a great question. That was 2022, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, 2022. That's when I became a recruiter. I recruited out of Loudoun County, Virginia. It's the wealthiest county in the country. I went to 18 different high schools, and that's where social media kind of started for me. Mm-hmm. And then from there, as a result of the social media and me putting in for the position, I obtained my current position, which is at the National Guard Bureau, where I serve as the non-commissioned officer in charge of social media, and I'm the creative director as well.
Yeah, so you kind of touched on something right away there that I totally forgot to mention, is that you joined at 18 pretty much as quick as you could, and you were doing all of this other stuff in the background while being a Guards member, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So would that be one of the things that you think separates the National Guard from the other branches of the U.S. Armed Forces, is that you can kind of, it's more of a part-time role and you're able to take on other things if you want to, or if you decided to, you can dive into it full-time and really take it head on?
Yeah, I would say that's the biggest difference between the Army National Guard and all other branches and components, is that we're part-time soldiers. So 1 week in a month, 2 weeks in the summer, plus any state or federal activations. But the benefit is you're able to have a civilian career at the same time. So instead of being active duty and doing 20 years and then getting out and finding another career field, if that's what you want to do, in 2 years, I'm essentially going to have 2 retirements, one from the state, one from the government for the National Guard. The other big difference is even the part-time components like the Army Reserve or Navy Reserve. The difference is the Army National Guard and Air National Guard, for that matter, we also have a state mission. So
Yes.
the governor in your individual state can have you do things like if there's a flood or a natural disaster, to help in times of need, to help the citizens there, as well as the federal purpose as well.
Yeah, that's I had considered joining the National Guard prior to going into college, and that was one of my big things about it, was not only are you serving your country, you're also serving your local community as well, and that aspect of it is definitely cool. So then, I guess on a lighter note, are there any benefits right now that the Army National Guard has that you wish they had when you enlisted, or any changes that you've seen that you're kind of envious of the current generations coming into?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm envious, or it's more knowing what's out there, knowing the options that are available to the individual soldier in the National Guard. And I would think the main thing that I wish I had known as an 18-year-old private are the vast array of benefits that are available to you. For example, the state tuition assistance, and benefits can vary between states, but where I was at the time, if I had known about state tuition assistance and knew how to use the process, I would have used that in conjunction with my GI Bill.
You're right.
So there's all kinds of different things that are out there that you can learn how to use that can, essentially make it to where you're not spending any money out of your pocket to get your education or even certificates in things that interest you.
Right. Yeah, you touched on that state versus federal duty, but there is benefits that come from that separate, where you are serving your state. You do qualify for both federal and state tuition from the government.
Exactly.
If you're joined. So very well spoken there. So from your experience as a former recruiter, what are some of the most common reasons why people join the Guard?
It really varies. It depends on the individual person. I can kind of tell you what my process was as a recruiter to get somebody, not to get them interested. I always, instead of trying to sell them on something, I wanted to present to them all the information that was available.
Sure.
So a lot of times people come to us for, whether it's a security clearance or a cash bonus or paying for school. Paying for school is a big one. But I've had people that have the money that can pay for school, that also just, they want to shoot a machine gun 1 week in a month in the infantry, and that's what they want to do.
Right.
But I mean, that's why I always felt as a recruiter it was important to, determine their jobs that they can qualify for by giving them a practice ASVAB test. And then once they had that practice ASVAB test, I would print off a list of jobs that they qualify for and encourage them to do some research, as well as answer their questions about those jobs and see which ones they actually want to do. That way they're making a more informed decision about the process, and it's something that's going to benefit them, not just in the Army National Guard and the military side, but also in the civilian world.
I love that you just touched on another thing that I was thinking about kind of coming into this, and why people would want to join the National Guard. And I definitely think that there is a preconceived notion that people have of individuals who join maybe because they don't have other options. And that really isn't the case for a lot of people. I recently read an article talking about how there's a growing population of individuals who wouldn't normally join either due to age or personal beliefs, but they're now joining because these people have a strong drive to make things better, whether they think that it's the best fit for them or regardless of what it is. They see that there's opportunity within these organizations to join and help out. Is that kind of something that you've seen across the population?
Yeah, I mean, very similar. I mean, I would even have people come into the office as a recruiter and say, this wasn't my first pick. And I'm like, okay, well, tell me why this wasn't your first pick. And then after they explain it to me, and then I explain to them what we actually offer and how it works, they're like, man, this is the best decision. I'm glad I came in here. So I would kick people out of my office and tell them, I tell you what, I've told you everything there is to know about the Army National Guard, but you'd be doing yourself a disservice if you didn't go talk to the other branches. So, which that's a foreign concept, someone in sales or
lock them in,
recruiting or talent acquisition. Yeah, it's always taught lock them in. But if you actually care about the person and you want them to succeed, and whatever the service is, I always told them it doesn't matter to me. If you go join the Navy and that's how you serve your country, then I'm all for it. So it's like you have to talk to all the different components before you decide on one, so that you can see which one is the best fit for you. But having the ability to have 2 different retirements, your school paid for in the state that you live in, and the ability to change states or locations when you want to, it's hard to pass up that opportunity in my mind.
And really, that's just kind of the threshold that you pass into as you enter the world. That's just kind of the entrance point. So to build off of that, as information really becomes so much easier for people to just have at their fingertips 24/7, can you touch on the importance of hands-on experience and how the Guard kind of facilitates that for many people when they come into and join?
Yeah, I think that's one of the big fears is, basic training and going to basic training and how hard it's going to be for you as an individual. And I told everybody the same thing that would express these concerns to me as a recruiter, the people that, I got to enlist. I told them, it's just like anything else that you're trying. It's going to be different for a couple days and then it'll become normal. So the first 1 to 3 days, I would say, are difficult just because it's a new routine, a new thing, somebody telling you what to do all the time. And then once you realize that you're a part of this bigger system and a bigger team, but you have a role there, it just becomes that much easier. If you show up at the right time with the right equipment, with the right attitude, you're probably going to be successful wherever you go. And you can apply that not to just the Army National Guard, but anything in your life.
Yeah, I was just talking to a private first class the other day, somebody who's only been a part of the National Guard for a year now, and he was kind of touched on that same thing, that there's a level of dedication that you don't really gain from going into something like this. It's something that you have to have just as part of who you are as a person in order to excel, and like you said, regardless of where you go with it. So I guess a more general question for you as we kind of start to wrap up this segment. As you reflect on your nearly 20-year-long career in the Guard, which is crazy, I'm barely that old, what memory stands out to you the most?
Oh, there's quite a few. I would say the biggest memories are always around people and experiences that I've had within the Guard. I would say one of the most notable experiences I had is a humanitarian mission that I did in the Virgin Islands during the hurricane that went through there and destroyed a large part of the area. But after going on combat deployments and then volunteering for that during the hurricane, that was the most rewarding experience, where I got to truly do what the National Guard is about, helping people, helping the community, being part of the community. I mean, we did things like rebuilding churches and rebuilding schools and delivering aid and food and water to people that needed it in their time of need. I mean, it was just an incredible experience. And all the guys and gals that I was with as I was a sergeant at the time, they made that experience that much better because they were motivated to do the right thing and to be there for the people in their time of need. I will never forget those experiences, much like pretty much all of my experiences in the military. But that one, I would say, has been one of the ones that I think about often, almost daily, about how beneficial that was for me and then all the people I was with and all the people that were there to serve.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, again, just kind of touching on the community-based aspect of it. It's not just your community that you're impacting. It's the whole world, really. So yeah, I guess last here real quick, if you could provide advice to someone who's interested in learning more about serving in the National Guard, what would you tell them?
I would tell them the easiest thing to do is to go on the website, nationalguard.com. You can go in there. All you have to do is input your zip code. It'll bring up the recruiter closest to you, and that's the person to talk to. I would ask the questions, though. I would ask questions about specific jobs that you want to do. I would ask to take a practice test. And then you could take it an even step further and talk to somebody that's already in that career field that's doing the job that maybe you're interested in. And then that way you can get the real answers from somebody that's done that experience and already been through the training and can give you some advice about that specific career field.
Yeah. So again, the website is really the best point to kind of dive in here. It's something that we touched on a previous interview. Hasn't aired yet, but you get a real person, which really isn't something that I think many people are used to in today's day and age. There's a real guy who's going to reach out to you and speak with you about it. Well, thanks a ton, Tyler. Mr. Sergeant Butterworth, for coming and sitting here. We'll be right back, you guys, with our next segment of the night. And yeah, thank you so much for coming and sitting here with me.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
All right, we are back, and Keaton's blurry, but we'll figure it out. We have a couple matches to update you on off stream rather. We saw that last match was a 3-2 finish, but off stream, Roberto, we're going to start with Bella. Bella did finish the sweep. Look at those scores. Nothing like we've seen on stream so far. So some exciting things coming in future games, but Bella did take down Crushinator 3-0. 14-5, 13-7, and 15-11. That's why those scores were taking so long to come in, is because they were taking a long time to happen. That is for sure. Elsewhere, we saw, as we mentioned, SpongeBob sweep Fry out. It was close the first two, but then not anymore by game 3. SpongeBob wins 3-0, 3-2, 3-1, and 7-2. And then in our final stream off camera, we did have it wasn't a sweep. Flexo did get one game in game 3, but Roberto will emerge victorious 3-1, having won 7-6, 9-4, and 4-2. So we are heading into our semifinals after that message from the U.S. Army National Guard. We've got Bella taking on URL. Bella with combined more points than anyone has scored up to this point in the round robin and tournament. Worth noting, though, Crushinator scored a lot more points in that series than they did against, was it Fry earlier? So I think that maybe Bella's strategy in terms of programming was to do a high score, low defense strategy. It is paying off so far as they're the number 1 seed. And then we see the massive upset in the 7th seeded SpongeBob sweeping the 2nd seeded Fry. Is going to be taking on Roberto here. I believe that's the one we're going to be showing. I can't remember off the top of my head. I suppose I could be wrong. We're showing both. Oh, that's right. We're going. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, why are we going to show one or the other? Duh, because we are showing up both of them. So we're going to go ahead and get into our first semifinal here. Best of 7 from this point out. We've got 3 matches for you before we're going to wrap it up tonight. And the first one we're going to watch is the 1-seeded Bella against the 4-seeded URL. Finally, the opportunity for everybody to see what it is Bella's doing that is leading
driving
to all
backwards.
These scores. That is, am I wrong, Keaton? The first time we've seen a card like decidedly drive backwards to make it. Yeah. Apparently, drive backwards, you score more than 10 goals a game.
Will not. Oh my gosh! Almost sniped that Bella off towards the middle boost.
Bella is sitting and chilling,
waiting for the ball to come to Bella.
But URL gets another nice touch. Yeah, Bella taking a very... Oh, no! I thought there was going to be an own goal. That would have sucked. URL takes it to the side, avoiding the own goal of their own. And it's still clean here. Already averaging not as high a score as we saw between Bella and Crushinator. Maybe URL's game plan a little different here. Bella playing very passively, interrupts, takes the ball to the corner. Keaton.
That was the first direct interruption we've seen from the. It didn't care about whether or not it was where the ball was going. It was cared about it getting the shot taken on.
Hey, URL takes it
First goal though for URL.
I'm not gonna say I expected Bella to score the first goal, except I'm lying. I'm going to say I expected Bella to score the first goal here with how many points have been scored up to this point in the tournament. But maybe the interaction with what URL's bots got going on is throwing a wrench in the machine here. Keaton, in one's Rocket League, is there value in basically doing nothing until you just have a clear shot?
I mean, it'd have to be a very specific circumstance, but honestly, I have no clue. I really don't know what the benefit was from there. Bella, it looked like Bella got more aggressive right there, but it seemed like Bella's trying to take a more passive-aggressive stance on this one. But it's not afraid to go directly to the ball after the kick up, and it just did a power slid to turn itself around, facing forward there.
Good opportunity for URL. That's on, and going to be another one for URL. 2-1. The first real opposition Bella has seen thus far, and URL's programmer has got to feel excited right now.
We have a game on our hands.
I don't know what to think about this. This is not what I expected at all. On one hand, we've got a car willing to hit reverse to get into position. There it is again. Bella's signature move here. But on the other hand, URL is getting around this. Bumping Bella around, getting in the corner.
That had the angle there. Bella's saving it by pinching it off their own back net.
That's going to be a shot.
And that's a shot in.
Yeah. And so both scores Bella's got have been very decisive. Wasn't slightly off, wasn't worried about it. No. When Bella's car is in position, it is in position.
It looks like after the fact, too, it looks like it's trying to get itself ready to defend again, too. So that's really interesting. I think the person in charge of Bella has taken a very defensive stance into setting their building blocks up to put their attack on.
And there's another goal. And what did we finally just see? Take a look. When the dribbling wasn't angled, take the wider angle and put it in. What we see there is, yes, these cars can do that. And Bella did there. 3-2 now.
All about hitting the ball from the right side of the, kind of like in pool. You hit with the cue stick a little bit to the right, it's going to go off center just a little bit to hit more of an angle.
URL and Bella both chasing this ball around the pike here.
This is not good news for URL if they take a direct shot towards net here. Oh, Bella is off towards their own net though.
Doing nothing, yeah. Oh, that's unlucky.
Doing nothing is good up until if he gets too close to challenge, it's not good for her. But it seems Bella had pretty good timing there to retaliate and then get a good attack going.
URL
Bella
keeps living
is
in the
leaving
neighborhood.
their net wide open in these situations, though.
Misses that swing through. URL's got it, putting it into the corner. Bella will be faster, however, and get the. Oh, never mind. Will not get the big boost. Hit the brakes right before. Does finally get it. URL's not going to be able to get all the way around this ball again, so taking it back into the corner, and Bella playing defensively again. 3-2, still your score. After those scores we saw in the quarterfinals from Bella and her opponent were at like diabolical, huge scores. We're here at 4-2 right now, which is already more than we're accustomed to, but certainly not 13, 11, 10, things like that.
I will say, Bella's attack strategy always is beginning from the back of the net and has really, really good control from what I've seen. So it's interesting and a completely different play style than what we've seen from everyone thus far, because it's wanting to bring itself to a state of zero per se, rather than just trying to attack the ball from where it is on the field. It wants to set itself up.
See everything, if you will. Like,
yeah.
Have it all in front of you. URL's
The
gonna need
only
to do
drawback from that is if they're attacking while it's trying to reset back to state 0, it's going to be a little difficult if it's faster. Bella seems to be pretty quick back to the draw, though, so it's sufficing itself. Free tee up. Oh my goodness!
Yeah. URL
That's
had
the beginnings
nothing
of
for
an
that.
aerial right there.
Funny too, because like not necessary in that moment. Could definitely
Not-
just roll through that.
If he would have challenged it, he could have, but that was a little bit flashy, I will say, yeah.
Well, we saw some flashes of brilliance from URL, but Bella has stabilized. Here is what looks to be another
URL
goal for
again.
URL.
Loving
Maybe
that back right corner.
Bella hasn't stabilized. That was a quick goal. Rocket
URL
League,
is pretty deadly from that left side.
Rocket League is a fickle, fickle game. I just like saying fickle. But seriously, it almost seems more so with these bots involved. And before we took the break, I made the comment about anthropomorphizing them. In the sense,
It's
you
really
can't
hard
do
not
that.
to say he or she.
Right. In a sense, you can't do that because they're just following the programming. But also, you might be able to argue that the programmer's personality can show through in the choices they make. So that is why the balls are, or the cars rather, are doing things in the way they're doing it, because their personality of their designer is coming through and what they intended to do. So, are the cars anthropomorphized? No. Is there intention, and is that intention different programmer to programmer? Absolutely. And this game will end in favor of Bella. A good showing by URL. Certainly held Bella to far less goals than they're accustomed to. Let's see. Interesting that URL, I mean, you can see the breakdown there, did take more shots. And I feel validated looking at this and saying, when Bella took a shot, they got it. I think that might be maybe the overarching theme of the programming over there is to be very conservative, to sit back, see it all transpire in front of you, and when it's a clear shot, it's a clear shot. Go get it. We see 5 goals for Bella, no saves for URL, whereas URL kind of threw caution to the wind and took shots whenever they could, got 3 out of it, but also had a few stopped. So it's sort of interesting to see the personalities and decision makings of these programmers coming out here.
First couple of saves that we've seen too, by the way. Nobody on the stat board has had any saves.
And the unnecessary aerial was a little silly there.
And it was dead, like from a Rocket League perspective, it was dead on. Like centered when it went up, got the perfect angle it needed, and then nosedived down. So
yeah, it could have very, very easily been just keep driving forward and you would have got it anyway. Game 2 of our best of 7 semifinal here.
Back up, Bella. Another pinch. It's actually really close to sneaking in there.
Bella's kickoffs are giving me the put in reverse Terry energy.
Put it in reverse, Terry.
Nice adjustment. There it is.
Yeah,
That's
let's
what I
go.
like to see. It started off. You can see here. Take a look. It was not going to be on, but Bella's bot got around to the left, made the adjustment, redirected the ball. Good for a goal. If that would have been happening throughout our earlier matches, we would have seen very different scores. Not just the backing up, but the backup flip. Like, I mean, this car gets how to handle a kickoff, that's for sure.
Bella does not care about their own net there.
No, URL capitalizes on a mistake.
And URL is definitely really good on that left side and getting the right angle on those. And that's where URL has been scoring the most.
That could also be intentional. You know, there could be something too if everybody else tends to go right. Oh, that's tough.
So close, yeah. Not much you can do there.
Yeah, if everybody else tends to go right, there might be something too. Hey, why don't I just attack from the other side? Their cars aren't accustomed to. Tough break for URL there. Bella gets her from the middle of the field. URL cannot stop it.
Well, I'd be more than willing to bet too that, like you said earlier, reflections of their designer, that they do shoot from that side more often too. I wonder in their own gameplay playing Rocket League.
Bella
Risky. Oh,
backs up.
Bella!
Oh my goodness. I thought that Bella had the backup goal.
That was too close for comfort there for URL. Still a close game.
Yeah, as a matter of fact.
It's really funny to see, like, also you could tell when people are, like, going up for air dribbles, it always looks like they're about to. Another goal for Bella. Straight sniper back left corner.
I'm looking at the statistics from the group stage. Bella not only went 2-0, but scored 50 goals in 2 best-of-3 matches in the group stage.
It's diabolical.
50. URL
1-5-5-0.
like 5-0.
That's insane. How many games?
Well, with a 2-0 series score, I imagine based on the number of games that it had to have been 2-0-2-0. There's no way that somebody took a game off Bella. So you're averaging, what, 12 and a half goals a game?
That is crazy. Good thing mental is not a part of a bot's.
Well, there's that. These bots don't lose. Hey, I got beat 13-0. Okay, get GG, go next.
Awaiting next command.
Yeah, literally. And I do want to say, I know it's 3-1 right now, but I brought that up to mention URL's hanging in there.
Oh yeah, I mean, as soon as it gets a breakaway on that left side, it's golden. Oh, that's the first movement
flick.
we've seen in there. Yeah, it was comfortable of like actually just positioning himself there.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, and if it curves in, it has a chance. Decided to take it up the wall.
Just take it all the way. Oh, but then maybe the Eagle.
He has no boost to contest or do anything here, but Bella is nowhere to be seen. He has plenty
Where
of time.
is Bella?
Go get a coffee. Assist! Almost. What happened? Where did Bella come from?
I am mad that 7 years of commentating, it never occurred to me to say he had enough time to go get a coffee. You're right. Where was Bella's car? And it didn't end up mattering, but man, only because URL's car was not able to take that angle there.
Bella loves to be like there just in time to be saved today because I think it has to be intentional that all of the saves so far has been it deflecting the ball back off its own back wall.
Nice. I thought Bella was that for sure. URL got in their face, but dangerous.
Oh no
That's
way!
A nice angle. That's a great
Perfect
angle.
ball control there.
Love it.
I wonder if you asked the creator of this bot if that is intentional to save off the back net more often than not.
That was a very human-like response to that moment.
Well, that flicked right there too for the shot
Yeah.
there.
That was clean. Bella
Got some air.
4-1 now.
Back up, Bella. URL is such a heat name.
I am not over that little flip there. That was the first goal of its kind. That we've
No
seen.
way. Pinch?
No way.
No way. No, that went for the pinch. They're at no angle whatsoever, but it's kind of funny you tried, though.
Where's the line in the code that says tries to be flashy? Yes.
Well, like right there, like there's some instances if they're challenging you, it's good just to send the ball up the wall just a little bit in front of you and then pinch it at the perfect angle just to send it, just for you have more boost and they have to go chase it if they want possession. Or if they don't want to get scored.
Bella got to clear, and then the car immediately backed off. Will that happen again? There's a clear.
Bella has a breakaway here. Another pinch.
Well,
Bella taking a little victory lap here, I guess. Oh no, wait, going for the defense there.
just set up for the defense.
Wait,
I
yeah, no,
love
that was That was diabolical for Bella. And if it had the angle, it had the goal there too.
Yeah, 2-0 now. Not a 12.5-point game like earlier on in the tournament, but Bella does win 4-1. And we saw some nifty shots there. I wonder what you have to tell the bot to be aware enough in that moment to hit the side flip. You know the goal I'm talking about. That last goal there, like flipping to the left over URL. That it seemed like a very human moment. Do you agree? Is that like
I would say that might just be lucky, but just because of the flip that happened, that it caught air a little bit, because it's kind of like a seesaw that once that front end drops down, once it flips down, it's gonna flip the other end up. But I will say this is the most strategic I've seen the bot, because it's wanting its opposition to send the ball towards it, to start it on that right side to curve around, because it knows it can't catch up. It's a pretty ingenious way of doing it, and we haven't seen that up till this point too.
And the most egregious example of that was the clear and immediate break and disengage, and being up 3-1 at that point. Why not? You don't have to
You could say
do
it's
anything.
not even focusing on the ball half the time.
Right. You're up 3-1. Just make it impossible to score. That might be the idea there. Bella up 5-3 and 4-1. Game 3 up next. And URL is really hanging in there compared to Bella's other opponents. Mad respect to that bot. Let's see if we can turn it around, or if Bella will continue to reign supreme over this tournament here. Kickoff is slow again.
And I'm interested to see, because
Whoa,
I don't think
whoa,
Bella
whoa,
was
hold
any
up.
faster than URL with the beginning score 8 seconds in.
Take a look.
And
Bella
this is why you
tried
can't
to
count
back
URL
up, but Bella's bot tried to back up, but accidentally did not make contact with the ball, and therefore backed up way away from the ball, leaving it open for URL to just walk it in. I wonder why that backup didn't connect that time.
Remembering back to a Fries game, do you think Bella is any quicker to the kickoff or no?
Well, in that first kickoff, no, but in that one, both Bella and URL here hurried up and got to that ball there in the kickoff. URL
I'm
trying to
wondering how
square it away.
How Bella did that strategy up into the Fry guy, because it seemed like that strategy should have worked pretty well against Bella.
And Bella is going to walk this one in. 1-1.
We have a game on our hands.
And it has been all along, and that's what I wanted to highlight. Like, who else is making Bella's bot try? URL certainly is, and scored first in both of those games so far. An opportunity again. Oh, but so here's what I'm seeing. Fry earlier was so good at that kickoff and then just follow up. One more hit. Because Bella's car is backing up after that initial
No
hit.
way. Holy.
No. Well, that was dirty. Not dirty enough.
No,
I actually think Bella could have followed through and shot down the field there. But I think that the choice to have the car back up after kickoff is what's disrupting the other bots so well. Because none of them are doing that.
That's abnormal code for sure they haven't run into. Or would think of, to be honest, too, if you don't put it in there for yourself. Interesting it chose to back up there instead of
And here's the
getting itself
follow-up.
oriented, though. But does not matter. Oh!
URL, hello.
With a little save. Aerial action. Bump, no boost. I will say Bella probably has one of the best defending skills we have seen up until this point, since it's so focused on the defense style play. So.
And trying to square up the angles better. Nice! Found it!
So close. URL barely
Wow.
misses it, jumping into the corner
Misses
at the
it there.
last second.
Oh, that
Literally
hurts.
inches away.
Yeah, that hurts. 2-1 Bella. Doesn't hurt if you're a Bella fan.
Does not hurt if you're a Bella fan. Backup Bella. It's too good not to use. Put it on a t-shirt.
That's looking good for URL. Tie game now, 2-2. About halfway through. And I like this because URL was able to get around the outside and redefine that angle in the way that we have needed so much from everyone else. And Bella has been able to do. That's, I think, a big part of why URL is still in this is some of these quote-unquote good behaviors are happening. Whereas it seems like Bella just was able to run through everybody else.
Bella wants all the smoke, is not going back here.
But oh man,
So lucky, I will say, Bella on that back burner. Leaving a lot of room for overtakes.
and a lot of room to walk this ball in, but gets the clear.
URL defends.
Defends the goal he wanted to score, might I add. We were on
Yeah,
the blue side.
Don't know what happened particularly there, but Bella is not gonna let time be on her side. I guess let it sit all the way back there. Now starting to inch up. See, I wonder how it decides whether or not when to start going up or not.
Chance for Bella. Oh, she's defending though. Here we go. Chance for URL.
Whiffing. That gives opportunity for URL to score again.
And we, with 1 minute and 42 seconds left, are poised to have our first game of the entire tournament that Bella doesn't win. 3-2 URL here. What will Bella's bot do about it? 50 goals in 2 games earlier, by the way. 2 matches, 50
And
goals.
it looks like both of them are deciding to use all their boosts except for 4 each time too, which is an odd number to like specifically choose out on.
What would you do with 4 boosts?
Literally nothing. Literally, wait for the next 12 boosts to spawn. That's what you would do.
URL, an opportunity. Ball's going to drop right in front of Bella's
Opportunity
goal.
for Bella. Bella's
And
taking
Bella's
the long
dipped.
road back. Said you could have it.
No.
No way! Just let him have it, I guess.
I'm speechless.
Like I said, on the left side, even with the freebie. Bella's gonna let this game slip away, I think. That was
I
a
don't know.
big mistake on Bella's part.
If you're scoring over 10 goals a game on average, I don't think you're going to be scared of 2 in 1 minute. But, yeah, what happened? That's diabolical. The defensive posture comes around. Oh, my goodness, it could happen again. It's dancing in front of the goal. Who's going to touch it first?
Oh,
Bella
Bella's
does.
got control there. One good hit towards the net, and there
That's
it's
on.
secured. No, it's
Yes, it is.
off.
Oh,
Just
I
ever
was
so slightly.
so sure it was on.
Bella's deciding not to back it up. So close.
30 seconds left. URL's got a 2-goal lead. Will
And a
URL give the
breakaway.
first black eye to Bella in the entire tournament? We've got
Keep-
a match in our hands in any case, that is for sure.
Keeping possession on Bella's side of the field is going to be crucial for this. Bella's signature clear style. And that leads to a goal right
Yeah, it
at
does.
3 seconds.
Now we have quite the situation on our hands.
We've seen it before.
But not in this match. The ball's not going straight up in the air. It's just laying on the ground. I predict they're both going to touch the ball. It's not going to go anywhere, and the time will expire.
Drum roll, please.
And there it is. Yep. URL
Guys,
gives the
sidekick.
first loss to Bella of this tournament. And we have a match on our hands. It was a close one, 4-3. But if URL's programmer, well, I know they're watching. You've got to be excited right now. And I think this is the first opportunity that Bella's has had to say what was going on there, what choices were made. And 2 things I want to highlight. One, remember that these are static since Thursday. They do not get to adjust on the fly. It is what it is. You get what you get when you watch. That's one thing I want to say. A second thing I want to say is your comment earlier about mental. Everything you think you know about watching a Rocket League match, ignore it. Right? Bella's not freaking out right now. Her bot's like, oh, I just lost 4-3. Time to go win 10-0 again. You know what I mean? Like, there is literally no worry from these two. It's just a matter of coding. I love the beauty of that objectivity, Keaton. Maybe it kind of removes the romanticism of Rocket League, but I think it's kind of fun. I don't know.
I don't know. I still want to see them try to be toxic to each other, even though it would do nothing. It would add a layer, you know.
If we start seeing the bots type good shot to each other, nice shot to each other in game 4, we'll know they were taking it personally. And I'll swallow everything I said up to this point about the objectivity of this game. But as a matter of fact, URL did just give the first loss in the game to Bella in the entire tournament. As another matter of fact, Bella's still up 2-1. So here we go into game 4.
What an angle. I will say URL has pulled off some pretty technical stuff too. That I would say would be, I don't know if it has, snuck
You know what's
right
technical?
past and left in the dust.
Technically, Bella's leading by 1-0 right now, very quickly. Just left it wide open. And how many times in this tournament have we seen a goal get scored because the scorer was just tailing the other car?
Another freebie. Had some power right off the rip too. Almost back to save it. That'll be a 2-0 lead for Bella.
Maybe these bots are taking it personally.
Nothing URL could do there except for self-goal.
2-0 now with less than 30 seconds transpired. And another one?
Oh! Can he get back around? So
Yeah,
close.
That's a pretty wide swing for what we've seen the bots be capable of.
It's a very dangerous spot for Bella. URL came in a little bit too hot there, and I'll have to reset. He's doing a good job maintaining boost, though, I will say, too, though.
Not sticking quite around the 40% that you want them to, but doing better.
Well, at least holding on to any boost in general, I would say.
Yeah,
It's been hard for them to boost and turn at the same time. I feel that's just I would think that would be even harder to just comprehend
URL's
as a
gonna
human.
lock that one in. 2-1 now. Yeah, that's a good time for it. It is 2-1 in a match that has exceeded expectations. You don't expect someone who blows their opponent out of the water every match to find any competition. But Bella is getting it right now from URL. Here is another look. Oh, power slide. Fake out. Redirect. Oh my goodness, it scored.
Finisher from Bella.
I cannot believe. Take a look. This touch right here wasn't going to do it. It might have done it, actually. It might have done it. It might have crossed that line. Yeah, 2-2 now.
Back up, Bella.
You really want the t-shirt, don't you? Put it in reverse.
Ooh, almost around. That's in.
Well, that's just in. That's just on. Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Double tap. First one we've seen all game 2.
Yeah, that was in a week ago. You knew what was happening when you saw that angle. Nice touch.
It needed the double tap, I will say. It wasn't on course now that we're looking at it twice.
Bella scores so fast when she scores. I don't know why I keep assigning female pronouns to this bot. URL kind of keeping it interesting on the blue side of the field there. Goes up for a look. Dangerous. Where's Bella?
Bella is probably on their side of the field. Yeah,
Well, you're right.
There's Bella.
Listen, we're getting to know the bots.
Bella has one strategy, and his
Oh
strategy
my
is
God.
to do it defensively, and that is it reaps the benefits of that.
Bella is unbothered by what we think about
Another
sitting in goal.
57-mile-per-hour goal. That was the one I said last time, right?
You said 54.
So this is stronger. All right. 57-mile-per-hour power shot from Bella to take the lead in the undecided king spot of power shots today.
And to think that 3 seconds before that goal was scored, we were making fun of Bella's car for being in the goal.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was off in no man's land.
Having a very silly and goofy time. Ends up getting the goal anyway. But URL now doing something.
Which one holds more weight? Silly or goofy?
I feel like silly is heavier.
I don't know about that one. I thought you said goofy.
There are a lot of people.
Chat,
that goofy
run a
about how many
poll.
are silly. Yeah, you know what, Twitch chat? Would you rather be silly or goofy, and why? Bella is going to take a shot here, wait for it to drop, and finish the job. 5-2 now.
Bow, 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 bow.
Yeah, and you know what? While we're at it, chat, would you rather be silly or goofy, and why? And would you rather be chilling or vibing, and why? Let us know, and we will take a look at that. In the meantime, Bella is both chilling and vibing after taking a 5-2
Chillin',
lead.
don't bring back chillin' or vibing.
Yeah, it's this we got to do the people's work. It is 5-2 now, and Bella accidentally kind of took the shot towards.
Oh,
their
URL?
self.
URL? Come on!
Oh man!
No,
Oh, it's
it
still
got
there.
it! Complete control by URL. That is the best we've seen all day. He even controlled it from the top of his car, right? Yeah, didn't leave it. If they just let it press drive in there, it would even had even more complete control. That was great from URL, bringing it back to 5-3.
Our little soft
Back
touch
up,
kickoff.
Bella!
Yeah. Is this really gonna?
I
No,
can't
there
see
it,
Twitch chat. Has chat
there it
responded?
is. URL, dude.
4-5.
We're not done. We are not done. And
Don't
I
count
have
URL
now-
out yet. We still got plenty of time on the clock with a minute and 8 seconds left. Still pretty equal kickoffs, though. Back up, Bella!
Yeah, we are. I've got the Twitch chat up now. Apparently, it is possible to quick chat with these bots. They're just all being mature, responsible, and young adults. 5-4, Bella up. Trying to put it away here. Could do it right here. The insurance goal. Looking for it.
Oh, blocked it!
Not gonna find it in the corner there. It's time for URL. Pushing it to the blue side is Bella on their own. And dangerous territory as the ball is falling in front of their goal. Will URL be there to finish? No, Bella gets here. Skillquest is winning a 67-mile-an-hour score at some point today. Chat, they said. And that's it. Bella escapes barely. 5-4, the score up 3-1, and it is close. Man. Now I'm taking a look at the chat. There's some polarized opinions of the Bella dominance over here, but I guess that's sports. Keaton.
Send me the link.
It is 5-4 in game 4. It is now a 3-1 Bella lead. Do you see URL turning it around enough to make it happen, or is Bella going to be moving on?
Well, absolutely. I think URL has more than enough chance. I just think URL has to take advantage of the opportunities it gets and not slip up because it had a couple of chances to break away, but just didn't take them, especially with, you know, Bella taking more of a defensive stance when going to balls, especially if URL is on Bella's side. It just needs to attack and get into that ball, the ball into the goal.
Five three 4-1 4-3-5-4. For all the hype about the performance that URL has brought to this match, Bella's still winning 3-1. Here we go for a potentially decisive Game 5. And URL starts it off hot. There it is, a goal. I mean, it's hard for me not to think that, you know, the Cubs were down 3-1 in 2016. They made it happen. If URL brings us to Game 7 and it goes overtime, all I'm saying is that URL has to be a Cubs fan from now on. 1-0 URL immediately, 7 seconds in. That's the quickest goal I think we've had thus far, if I'm not mistaken. We had an 8-second earlier.
URL has another chance. A little ahead of the ball now, though.
Corner here. I think that if you're trying to score, if you're URL here and you're trying to score, taking it into the corner yourself is not frequently leading to success. But letting your opponent hard clear it to their own side, that's when the goals get scored. Bella following through, make it a tie game, 1-1 on an easy, uncontested goal.
Very uncontested. Yora was very quick to the slow on that one. Back up, Bella!
This is the
URL
dumbest
takes
thing
the
that's ever
lead,
happened
though.
in stream. Yeah, no. I no longer subscribe. URL trying to get around the ball, but just can't figure it out. Bella, meanwhile, is in a different zip code. And finally back. Here comes URL.
Really needs to take advantage of this time. Uh-oh, Bella has the breakaway opportunity. Looks like it's a little bit outside. Can it get on the left side?
URL is about
Ooh,
to
URL wins free net. Ah, Bella scores again. Not a lot URL bot could do there once he missed that first time stuck in net. It's Bella up for the second score.
2-1 with 3.5 left to go. URL is not done.
No. All doing. Sorry. The kickoffs have literally zero effect on these games as we've seen it so far. This is literally just straight boxing matches on the field.
Yeah, in this particular game, the kickoffs have not played a role, that is for sure. They did earlier with Fry, but then
That's
Fry,
what I was wondering.
Fry found something in SpongeBob that he didn't like. SpongeBob got the sweep there. I'm excited to see that next match. Remember, up next we have SpongeBob versus Roberto for our other semifinal. The winner of that will take on the winner of this for all the marbles. And then our next competition for Skillquest's bots tournament will be December 11th. So we'll be looking forward to that, where players will have an opportunity to kind of rehash things out, make adjustments, do what they need to do. For now, though, it's about halfway through Game 5. Bella with a 1-goal lead. URL is trying to do what no one has found possible up to this point. Already did part of that in getting a game at all. But will URL be able to defeat Bella, who has scored more than anybody ever should in a very small span of Rocket League? Here's an opportunity for URL. Just doesn't hit it, though. Needed to find the front quarter panel of the car and did not. He's the most goals you've ever scored in a match, or not in a match, rather, in a game. Here's another for Bella, 3-1. What's the most you've ever scored in a game?
When just playing with like random
Like
friends that
a
are
proper
lower ranked than me.
comp ladder kind of thing.
Proper comp game, probably 8 or 9, I would say. Unless our teammates totally. If it's a 1v1, I would say the highest amount I've scored is probably 8. Yeah, I would say 8 or 9. Just kinda like
I guess you're not Bella, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not Bella. I'm aspiring to be Bella. As part of the backup Bella.
That is off. Gonna find a corner here. What's URL gonna do about it? Gets into the goal, playing some serious defense.
You got a little bit of a squishy save from URL.
Remember, if Bella wins one more game, we move on
URL
to
in
the next
perfect
semifinal.
position. Oh.
Minute left.
Oh.
That's not
So
1 of the 2.
close. Clips the corner.
Oh no.
Wait, plenty of time. Bella's nowhere to be seen. There's Bella.
We she's somewhere to be seen. No, I agree. She keeps doing this thing. Bella keeps doing this thing. They keep doing this thing. So that car with the name Bella on it keeps doing this thing where we're going way back out of the way. And you're like, where's Bella? And then all of a sudden, oh, the car just decided to see the whole field and make a powerful shot. That's what keeps happening over and over again. It's probably what has led to so much success for Bella. I would love to pick apart that code and see what the logic was there, but it is working. 10 seconds left. URL is in desperation mode, and it's just not going to happen.
URL is dominating in the control, but not in the shot territory.
And congratulations to URL for being the first player in this tournament to give a black eye to Bella's bot, taking a game. However, Bella will win this series 4-1 and a much closer, lower scoring matchup than those previous games. There were so many opportunities for both of them, but it does feel worse if you're in the URL camp because, man, you had the opportunity to do it. However, as I've said up to this point, mad respect for URL and everything that was put into the work of that programming. Clearly, you got to this point for a reason, and clearly you took off a game from Bella for a reason. Bella, you continue on. It's going to be great to see in the final. Well done. We now will find out whether Bella is going to take on SpongeBob and the number 7 seed, who has already defeated the number 2 seeded Fry, or Roberto. We haven't got to see Roberto yet on stream, and so I'm excited for that. We also haven't seen SpongeBob on stream because both of our folks that we saw earlier got knocked out. So in a completely original viewing experience, next up, we've got SpongeBob versus Roberto. Keaton, takeaways from that. Do you think the run back and go for it strategy is working because it's a good strategy, or do you think it's working because it was designed to counteract what everybody else would do?
I think it's definitely more that of no one else is thinking more on this play style, and it's working so well because Bella is leaving itself open a lot of the time. Then you get we're poking fun of like where's Bella, and I mean Bella still makes a comeback.
Where's Bella? Bella's in the final. That's where Bella's at.
Bella, it's obviously working, but Bella is leaving itself open a lot of the time. It's just no one has been able to capitalize on it because one Bella is a draw. Once you don't take your opportunity, you lose it just as quick. So.
And the same way that Bella could adjust on the fly if they were able to adjust their coding the game. If these other players noticed that, they would be like, "Whoa, well then I need to do this." That would happen.
Yes.
I think that this medium, of course, what Skillquest is doing here is teaching programming. It's awesome. How cool could it be if like an intermediate, an advanced level version of the course? Remember, this is the beginner course, guys. These are the beginners putting this stuff together. If there was a future where like, okay, we'll round around game to game, you can make your tweaks as necessary. Oh my God, I would watch this stuff because the getting to talk to the players while they're watching their program bots would be nuts. Here we go. SpongeBob, who swept our boy Fry, against Roberto, who we know nothing about.
Old government names.
Well,
oh, no, wait. SpongeBob SquareBolts.
I do need to shout out League OS's Joel mentioned that SpongeBob really missed the opportunity to just call his car SpongeBob. But
That is
yes,
true. That SpongeBob SquareBolts.
SpongeBob SquareBolts. But in any case, SpongeBob and all the iterations of his name gets the first goal of this match. Now I'm sitting here wondering, what's up with that 7 seed? Is that a mistake? Did something happen? What's going on here? SpongeBob looking good to start the game, and clearly swept Fry handedly. Taking it to the corner, looking for more. Haven't heard noise from Roberto yet. I'm sure we will.
And so far, SpongeBob SquareBolts has so far flipped into almost every single attack it's gotten its hands on. So, definitely a power hitter SpongeBob will be.
I think, in the interest of being fair to poking fun of the names, could have been Roboto too.
Stray bullets.
Not a lot going on so far in this game.
A lot of just back and forth.
And the question I'm dying to know the answer to is, did it just happen to be URL's programming that gave Bella an issue? Or will whoever Bella meets in the final also give them an issue? They're pretty evenly matched so far.
Anyone's game. I will say the one doesn't seem to necessarily have better control than the other. I will say SpongeBob is definitely going for more crazy stuff right now, but
To a certain extent, they're ball chasing each other, not
yes.
ball. They're all over each other, whereas Bella and URL seem like estranged roommates half the time in their game. Doing everything they could to stay away from each other on the field. Meanwhile, Roberto and SpongeBob
The opportunity
are-
here.
Yeah.
Bump! Save the day.
They are just fighting. It's like an anime here. Middle
Making
of the
this a
field, running
quick
into-
5 minutes.
Yeah, no kidding.
Dribbling
And don't forget
towards
that
his own
first
side.
goal was scored immediately. It has been dead space since then. We are over halfway through this, and still
That
all
will
we're
be
doing
a
is-
goal for
on.
SpongeBob.
That's on. 2-0 for
Seemingly out of no action spawned. And that's, my eyes fool me, 60 miles per hour?
I think
New,
that's King.
undecided king. Bow, 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 bow.
Yeah, here's what I'd say to our point earlier. I think that last game was vibing. This game's chilling. This is much lower key. Roll around together, see what opens up, and see what comes of it. So far, it's been in SpongeBob's favor, but doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. Remember, Bella started the game very well before URL kind of became a nuisance.
This game's definitely keeping me on the edge of the seat, so they're both like 1 second away from just turning and scoring on the other person because they're staying so close.
Yeah, no kidding. Always a nice opportunity. Another big
Oh.
insurance goal for
Uh-oh.
SpongeBob if he can turn around.
Nope,
Can't.
bumped out of the way. Robot.
Roberto. Just rolled under it. Hello.
Barely saved. Counts
Oh,
for a
this is
shot on
painful.
goal.
That's squaring
Dangerous
up.
territory for Roberto here. And that is a goal.
Yeah.
SpongeBob SquareBolts.
Yeah, it just dropped right in front there. That was easy. Take a look. Never mind. I think. Yeah, there we go. Take a look. Yeah, it just fell right in front, and can't do much about that. Less than a minute left. Haven't seen a score from Roberto yet. Remember, Roberto is the 3 seed. Fry was the 2 seed. SpongeBob leading as the 7 seed so far in this one. And what a storyline that would be. Here's another. What a storyline that would be, too, if the 7 seed systematically took out the 2 seed, and then the 3 seed, and then had to deal with the 1 seed that nobody had touched. These kickoffs are more like...
Fry Guy reminiscence here.
Yes. SpongeBob definitely seems like he's got the kickoff command here. The Circles of Death came back as well.
I saw that for a second. I was kind of nervous. 15 seconds left on the clock. I don't know if much action else can happen here.
Yeah, no. I mean, this game is definitely done. The takeaways it's even hard for me to not approach from like, okay, what do we need to do moving forward? It doesn't matter. The bots don't care. They're going to do what they're going to do.
There's literally nothing they can do different.
They literally are unbothered. Do not care. 4-0, though, the game 1 score in favor of SpongeBob, continuing their taking down of the Giants. It was a sweep over the 2 seed. It is a 4-0 win in game 1 over the 3 seed. If you're Bella right now watching this, I think you would much, much rather play Roberto.
Yeah.
It's a very
I would
happy
agree
cat
on
in your
that
lap
one.
over there.
I know. He has decided that his chair was not good enough and now needs mine.
Yeah, well, James, have James say hello to the Twitch chat. And it is James team Roberto, or is James team SpongeBob? I don't know.
James is just here for the thrill of the game. He
No,
doesn't care who
like,
wins.
He's looking like a Roberto guy. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's going for Roberto.
Everyone's a winner. Everyone's a winner because everyone's learning.
Yes, and except for your camera, it's not learning anything.
James, what did you do?
Game 2 coming up between Roberto and SpongeBob. Will the upset continue, or will Roberto put his line in the sand? Let's find out here as we get a kickoff for Game 2. Another opportunity early for SpongeBob here. He just has to back up and hit the angle right. It's just standing right in there in front of him. He can do it. He does. SpongeBob 1-0 again.
First goal of the game.
And that's something a lot that we haven't seen is being able to stand there, readjust, turn around, and move. Only Bella's car is backed up at any point today. That's about the closest thing to backing up as I think we've seen. Into the corner, not going to be a score. This might, though. Where is Roberto? Oh, he's lurking.
Sneaks it in, SpongeBob.
Nice touch.
I feel like all of the bots have all really been able to just hit that move, just throwing it into the net. Very hard to capitalize. Oh, that was the most dominant kickoff we've seen all day.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, that had some juice on it.
That,
too.
yeah, that almost was directly. I don't know if you got hit like that. There's no way you could say that, even if you had wave dash back there.
Maybe that is what led to the sweep of Fry. Maybe it was that they both did the same thing as SpongeBob, just doing it better.
Over and over and over and over, yeah.
Yeah. Which would have been a painful watch, by the way. SpongeBob's doing donuts here on the field. I don't know, man. I don't think Roberto has an answer. Well, SpongeBob's going to give him an answer. Never mind. 1 goal for Roberto, thanks to SpongeBob sending it in himself. I'm just not seeing a lot of signs of life out of this Roberto's bot. He just doesn't seem. It doesn't seem present. with these engages.
I just don't think it's quick. It has a very calculated approach to the ball, which speed's going to beat you a lot of the time there in that instance, whether or not that speed has a calculation behind it or not. Prove me wrong there, Roberto. A little bump.
Okay. Caster Curse. Caster Curse. Yeah, it's in game. It's still in game 2. I feel bad. I'm kind of maybe mentally writing off Roberto a little bit here, but there's been a defined personality behind the choices, and I guess I'm still trying to figure Roberto's out. Takes an aerial up, looking for something. Just gonna fly over it though. Trying to get around it, but it's going to get cleared. And not only is it going to get cleared, an easy on if you can readjust. Can't quite do it. Another easy on.
Risky gameplay.
Hello. Yeah, no kidding.
Never mind. Aerial.
Nope, got under it. I think that it would have been very silly if both of Roberto's goals came via SpongeBob, but
SpongeBob just can't help himself. I might have had just enough power to send it downfield a little bit. Both of them going for pinches, looks like. And that will just a bit outside.
this one's not. Can Roberto follow through? No, SpongeBob's going to get
close. Fair on that.
Remember that Rule 1 earlier that would have been a score if we had 2 more minutes in the game? Roberto taking it in the corner. It's not been a successful strategy thus far for anyone, really. SpongeBob following close behind as Roberto tries to get a new angle on it here.
Holding
big swoop around. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that would have powers behind it.
Fully boosted up.
Come on. Oh. A little bit too powerful to follow up on there. Taking a wide approach. Got a free shot. Just a bit outside.
Now, interesting that SpongeBob's car tried to adjust to hit it in, but didn't really know or realize that it was about to run into the wall. Thought it had more space to make that adjustment. Wonder if the central point that they're programmed to aim at is in the front middle of the net, the back middle of the net, the middle, I wonder. Or if it is even like that at all.
Wish we could show some of their code on stream, but I guess that would be counterintuitive for stealing each other's ideas. I bet there's. I wonder how many lines of code each one. I wonder if that determines the type of program too. I bet it does.
That's a question. I think
different lines of code that you.
Yeah, I think they hear me, and I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna have our stream team dig into our research or ask the folks at Skillquest, what would the average number of lines of code be to necessitate one of these bots working the right way? I'm curious. We got plenty of time left, but Roberto may not, as SpongeBob has gone up 2-0 in the series now, 3-1 this time, a little bit closer, but still it didn't feel that close. It felt like a commanding win by SpongeBob there, both in ball control and the goals looked better. Keaton, what's going right for SpongeBob? What's going wrong for Roberto in this match?
I think, like I said earlier, I think SpongeBob just has that speed, and I think Roberto is just a little bit too slow to go to the ball, and I think SpongeBob's just able to capitalize that and just have the more time you have on the ball, obviously, the more chances you're going to have to score, the more balls that are going to get scored, and you're going to have that bigger gap. So, if he wants to compete, he's going to have to take shots a little bit and have just perfect angles.
I think the angles is what I'm most curious about all day. When it comes to dribbling, when it comes to taking a shot, is the choice to do one of those things dictated by the current angle? Is angle not a part of it? Is it more like a location you're aiming at? I don't know. So maybe the angles are a little more organic in that they are kind of a result of the code as opposed to the code itself.
I'm interested to see what gives them the okay to actually just take a shot on the net at all. Because a lot of the time you can just send it from anywhere because the bots are just having a rough time. They're not driving straight to it or kind of predicting themselves to that like next location. It's hard to predict 4 or 5 seconds into the future. So I mean, it's just restriction. I'm assuming just how they're responding to that.
It's our first game in a while that there hasn't been a very quick score.
A lot of driving around with that. Another perfect setup for an aerial of some type, and it's another drop.
Circles are happening. Roberto looking for a shot, not going to get it.
Very
Just
close.
He's back into the corner, looks to reevaluate.
Roberto has had majority of the possession this game, I will say. This must be Cassie's curse. So as soon as I say something, it like does the opposite. So I'm gonna just never mind. Hey, very close. Oh, got a little bit of a double tap to save himself. There's Roberto with the first goal of the game, setting him in the lead.
Yep, first time he has led in the series. It's still 2-0 in the series for SpongeBob, but now Game 3 has a 1-0 Roberto lead. I still don't feel like that was because of something powerful, so much as it was SpongeBob leaving rather.
And I will say the dribbling strategy being slow is fine as long as you have complete control like that did. So just being able to have most of the control and dribble down the net will serve him well.
SpongeBob with an easy goal here is just slowly bouncing, and the bot's unable to handle the fact that it is just bouncing up and down. 1-1 with a 2-0 series lead for SpongeBob. Deep into the corner. Follow through. SpongeBob is there. It's easy, but the ball will roll
Close.
too much. Looking to try it one more time. Hey, pass it to me yourself, he says. Not going to be enough, though. And now Roberto is going to take the ball up the wall and look for it. Gets bumped himself.
It's a perfect angle to take a shot here.
SpongeBob, Roberto.
Going
Dancing
around town.
So nice, by the way. SpongeBob gives Roberto a goal.
You like the little SpongeBob reference?
Yeah, I got it. He comes in all the way by himself. Take a look, rolls it around, and shoots a goal on his own. If that happened in a real match, that would be toxic. But the bots don't know what they're doing.
No social etiquette with these guys. Anyone's game on those 50-50 balls right there.
Roberto's looking for a shot. SpongeBob is looking, and yeah, it's just I just don't see
Another shot coming through.
Yeah.
Roberto 3-1.
Yeah. I was just about
SpongeBob
to say.
slow to the draw there, and ends up letting Roberto, who had the boost management there, I will say, and had enough to just turn and go.
Yeah. I don't think these circles are panning out well for SpongeBob. When we go into these circle of death moments, it seems like Roberto's getting the better end of that. I say that just to say that, it bounces off to the backboard, not going to get in. SpongeBob's trying to slowly get around the circles of death. Who's going to touch it first? SpongeBob will, but in the wrong direction. Is that really the tightest you can turn in Rocket League?
You could do a 0-point turn. You just have to power slide. Like right there, that's them. That's their version of doing the 0-point turn. you could just hold power slide and try to him as well. Ooh, close. That'll be a shot secure for SpongeBob SquareBolts.
Every time you say Squarebolts, I think you're misspeaking. I remember, no, that is his name. Yeah,
Full government.
three full government, and that is his second goal in this third game. When it looked like he was down and out, it may not be the case, as he is scoring now. This one, not the Fry shot or the SpongeBob shot, I guess is you prefer to call it, that we saw earlier, but still in a commanding position.
Sneaking
if you can
it
turn
in.
this around, not quite there. That ball is dangerous. And SpongeBob runs it, gets bumped, is gonna get out.
SpongeBob has the angle on this. All he has to do is shoot.
Too much
That's what he
bouncing.
does here.
This is perfect for him.
It's even better for Roberto. He's looking to kill time.
Yeah.
SpongeBob. Ooh.
Ball's doing a lot of dropping from there. It's making me nervous.
Yeah, it's anybody's game. Any score could happen. Roberto with the ball. Up 1 goal. Loses the ball to SpongeBob.
Oh! Perfect bump from Roberto.
There's not enough time. It was on its way, and Roberto will take 1 game away here.
What a game.
Yeah, what a match so far. It's been really, really good. Two to 1 now. Berto, and honestly, what I'm happy about is these semifinals. It's not been. I remarked before the broadcast that it just seemed like it would probably be a sweep of which bot was objectively better. You get to know how this works a little bit better. That is not what's going on here. It's really, really good, really, really close competition, and these two are duking it out. I have no idea who's going to win this. All right, game 3 is starting.
Go.
Kick it off. 4, excuse me. 4. I need to count my pips at the top. Game 4 is starting, and a
Up
drop
down?
down. The shot I've been looking for all night. Do we have it? Not yet. Man, I want that so bad.
Decent. I will say.
Roberto's during the circle of death. SpongeBob squares away, getting away from him, looking for the corner and the shot. Let's see what he'll get. It is rolling that way. Roberto sends it.
Dangerous territory. Roberto has a breakaway. Can he get on the right side? Oh, SpongeBob says, "Ooh." Turn around.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe Roberto did not make that shot.
Oh my goodness. And uh-oh, it looks like Roberto's gonna own goal himself.
What is going on? Roberto straight up walked this ball all the way back into his own goal.
All right.
See,
Back
that
into
kind of
another kickoff.
casts a doubt for me on whether they're more driven by aim at their goal or aim at the goal. It has to be their goal. I don't know why his bot would have done that, but there's got to be an explanation for it. SpongeBob is in the corner trying to do something here.
I mean, it looks like they're both doing a really good job of just maintaining hold on the ball. It's more just the strategy portion of it. It's a lot of the time they're just going straight to the corner, not utilizing the middle, and that's when a lot of the goals come from. Roberto almost self-scoring on himself right there, taking it up the wall. SpongeBob trailing. This is a perfect opportunity for Roberto to get back here. SpongeBob goes ahead and steals it away again. This is a very, very even game. Anyone could take it. And it seems like everyone today, if you really notice, that they're really struggling with the wall movement just because the aerial portion isn't there. SpongeBob square bolts with another goal, bringing his total up to 2-0 for Roberto. Still anyone's game, though, but that middle portion right there, I feel like everyone is just struggling with getting those angles on those balls. But everyone's finding their own unique creative solution to doing that, whether it's the defensive Bella or just straight up doing the power flip shots like SpongeBob is. I will say, if you would have asked me at the beginning without seeing anybody playing that, I would have assumed the Roberto play style would have been, and I mean, it is still proving to do that pretty well. Just controlling it and grabbing it on down there when he does finally get that focus on the ball. Is SpongeBob going to take it up the wall again? We love those corners this time around. And I will say, you haven't seen too much boost management today. It's all just chilling out on 0, and when it does hit 0, they stay on 0 for a fat minute unless they're going over those big boost pads in the corners.
And while there hasn't been a lot of boost management, there has certainly been those that were going for it and those that were not, or those that it felt like were actively avoiding it. Roberto,
I love the little turns that they do when they slow down and stuff. I think it's funny.
SpongeBob's looking pretty good here in this game 4. That's going to square up.
Just on target, hitting and sniping that left bottom corner, bringing 3 goals to SpongeBob.
And the 7 seed is really trying to punch their ticket for the David and Goliath match in the final. 3-0 as we have about a minute left here. SpongeBob has a great look again.
Ooh.
And just like before, the bouncing is too high. It's too much off the backboard. The circle of death begins. Who will touch it first? SpongeBob, but in the wrong direction.
I will say the Fry Guy approach, I guess. SpongeBob has it mastered down, I will say. That it looks way better on that first portion than Fry Guy, but it looks like SpongeBob really can't execute it if it doesn't go his way just perfectly. Roberto taking advantage of this and going straight through the middle. Just with
30 seconds left. 3-goal disparity. I don't think it's going to happen here. And the question is whether our next few games, or next game, as the case might be, will show any difference from Roberto. I think it's got to be a matchup issue. Oh, hello, get bumped into your own goal. I think it's got to be a matchup issue with how these bots are interacting, because it just feels like Roberto can't keep up. But look where he's at in the tournament. Clearly he was keeping up. So it's something that SpongeBob's doing that's really throwing a problem to his opponents here. We're about to wrap up this game 4. And, man. There it is. So, yeah, 3-1, the lead for SpongeBob in the series. It's not been close in terms of what it's felt like. The scores have been close in a couple games, but SpongeBob now really just looking to punch their ticket to that fight against Bella in the final. I am I'm lost for words at what to. I just feel like Roberto's just like not in it. The bot doesn't seem to be in the like battle for the ball, is kind of following around, kind of just doing its thing. And the goals that have been happening, a couple of them have been own goals by SpongeBob. So you see here that so far in this series, SpongeBob is outscoring Roberto, let's say 13-4. So even though it's 3-1 in the series, 13-4 is the overall score. And it has felt more like that. So we're going to be heading into game 5. SpongeBob from now on is on match point on these games. Roberto will need to win the next 3 games in a row to be able to run it back and face Bella. Game 5 getting started. Loser goes home if the loser is Roberto. An unusual pinch for this game into the corner. Both chasing it. SpongeBob the first touch, taking it up and trying to do something about it. Turns it right back around. Ball bouncing in front of the goal. Not going to be there enough to get the score. SpongeBob walking it back. Not collecting any boosts yet, just walking it back. A dangerous ball. Looks for the clear. Ball in the pathway of the boost to a certain extent. And that's 2 passes in a row that SpongeBob's stars try to do that little touch.
Roberto was able to recover pretty quickly from that wild bump, too. That's something that the bots have an advantage on, and the humans is the quick reaction time if something does go astray. Yep. SpongeBob getting that first goal.
And the thing that the humans have the advantage on is the intuition to throw it all out and know what you need to change that when it's not going to plan.
Being able to adapt to your opponent is very crucial in a game such as Rocket League.
And I think that's probably saying it the way that I've been thinking about it and trying to say it all along, is I don't think that the matchup is good for Roberto's bot here, because without the ability to adapt, the mistakes he's making are just tough to watch. The way that SpongeBob plays doesn't necessarily mean it's better, although certainly the score would indicate that. It does feel like it is just different and an unlucky matchup, because it is pretty one-sided right now. 3.5 minutes left to go in game 5. Only a one-sided. Sorry, only one goal game.
The talk on the human aspects of it too. There's like a lot of these things you could just like if you were human, you could just tell them to, hey, work on this one thing on this match, and you will do leaps and bounds better. Which is the funny part of all of this. That it might bring
for SpongeBob.
Yeah, playing the fire.
Touch.
Dribbled in. 2-0. SpongeBob Squirrel.
Who lives in a pineapple.
I think you set yourself up for failure there. Go on.
It lives in a pineapple. We'll come back to where the pineapple is. 2-0 SpongeBob. And another weird touch. We haven't seen them kind of clear into the right corner.
Perfect angle for SpongeBob in the right angle. Oh, just under it. Free ball for Roberto. Can he? Oh, just a bit outside. He really needed that one to kind of even things up there. He has a full set of boosts though. Free breakaway. Can he get under and turn it back around?
No, he's just not making up his mind.
A little bit too fast for himself to approach to the ball there. He's just barely missing, and each time he approaches, and he's not even stepping on a boost, I don't think.
Two minutes left. 2-0 lead for SpongeBob. If he wins this game, he punches his ticket to the final against Bella. So, looking up here, still finding nothing worth noting that despite SpongeBob's defeat of Fry and it seems inevitable defeat of Roberto, as another one is going to go in here, SpongeBob did lose to URL in the group play.
URL lost to Bella.
Bella, but gave Bella the business. Is it going to be a matter of matchups or a matter of ability? If it's ability, the transitive property says that SpongeBob would go to the final and get like slapped by Bella's bot here. If it's a matchup thing, that particular matchup is yet to be tested. So I have to give Roberto some credit right now. Roberto's sitting in the semifinal right now. Roberto's been beaten up on everybody. This is not their bot's best showing, and I think it has to do with matchups, and that's why I am intrigued and excited for the final here, as that matchup is not one that we've seen yet. The fact that this person beat that person every year, you get that thing in the NFL where you can make the circle that shows how every team beat each other. It could be a lot like that, just depending on the choices that were made in programming. SpongeBob putting an exclamation point on this performance today, and yeah, well, good show in the semifinal here.
I will say those power shots to those bottom corners would be pretty hard to defend normally in the match too. So when they are getting those hits on the balls, they are perfectly placed. Still struggling with coming down from the ceiling.
Yeah, it's across the board. I don't think. I mean, even Bella, who's clearly had some different choices made than their opponents, has not seen success in that aspect of the game. I think that must be a much more nuanced process of coding. But as time winds down here, the 7 seed SpongeBob, who in the quarterfinal took out the 2 seed Fry, will also take out the 3 seed Roberto. GG, well done, Roberto, on your bot. Got all the way to the semifinal, did a great job. As we've said all night, this is not the easiest thing in the world to do. But it will be SpongeBob moving on, who, by the transitive property, as we said, should lose to Bella. But this matchup has not been tested, and the matchups, if you follow the transitive property all along, have not been followed. The 7 seed beat the 2 seed, beat the 3 seed. Who knows what's going to happen here? But it will be the number 1 seeded Bella from the top of the bracket against the number 7 seeded SpongeBob, who has taken out all the competitors they needed to along the way. Bella's strengths from before: strong kickoffs, sit back, let your opponent get out of position, and score. SpongeBob's strengths: dominate, control. There was basically no time that Roberto had the ball in that match. And the more often you have the ball, the more often you are to score. So we will see what happens here. Let us know in chat whether you think that the control domination is going to play well for SpongeBob, or whether you think the patience is going to play well for Bella. Who's going to win this? Before the last match, you would have said, oh, well, Bella hasn't lost to anybody. But then we saw URL give that first black eye. And so will SpongeBob be able to finish the job, or will Bella continue the streak of dominance? Keaton, I'm not going to ask you because you've been caster cursing everybody all night. But what do you expect out of this match?
They're literally opposite class sheet, like you said, totally different play styles, and I think it just comes down to the speed factor on this one. Who's going to be the first to the ball on the respective sides of the field? When it comes to that, I think it's just going to be just a bloodbath. We'll say SpongeBob has. I don't know if Bella showed too much of it, but SpongeBob does have that kickoff advantage. He showed well on that last match that we just saw against Roberto. So I think that might give it edge up, but other than that, even as could be.
Yeah, I think that we are going to get back to the scores we saw Bella do before. I honestly think that this is going to be a blowout. I think that the strategy of, well,
Oh,
you know what?
no. Like I said, first one to touch the ball, and SpongeBob wanted it more.
Like I said, I think that SpongeBob's going to score the first goal, and I'm kidding. Yeah. Wow. Hello. You know what? What do I know? I certainly don't know how to program the 7 rules of programming that Skillquest teaches these students in building their portfolio and enabling them for the power of the future in their private or military sector, be it the wonderful Army National Guard that sponsored the event or other things that may empower them and employ them in the future. Could I have possibly thrown any more sound bites into that 10 seconds? Guys, it's the final. Let's do it. SpongeBob with a quick lead, who's taken down the 2 and 3 seed already. Will they be able to finish it off against the 1 seed, or will Bella slam the door in the face of this competition as they have done all along? Thus far, SpongeBob looking pretty good. Yeah. I think that we will see a pretty bad punishment in this game of...
Where's Bella?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a bad punishment in this game of Bella sitting back. Like, right then.
Right here is where the bread and butter is, though. We'll have to see. First big pinch we've seen. Looking like... Oh, they was going for a psycho. Bella was going for a psycho for a second, but nowhere in your position to do such things. Bella being able to go downfield. Will we see Bella's first goal of the match? I see Bella turn back now.
So slow, man.
Bella now deciding to take control. Back to home plate. I don't think she's going to get back to her net in time. Uh-oh! SpongeBob taking the second goal. I was really worried about this. SpongeBob's good at just taking it to the net. And Bella leaves that right side pretty open.
I cannot believe this.
I cannot either. I thought they're both going for that jump approach, but it cancels out at 2, and it doesn't seem that helps out Bella too much with her backup approach if it stays completely dead on.
But we've also seen Bella rapid fire score.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to count Bella out until I see the final pick, though. But it is interesting to see how, like you said last time, where Roberto would have a chance anywhere else. I think this might be Bella's bad matchup, just with how dead even those pickoffs are and how reliant Bella is on that.
Bella clears towards their own side again. It's just not going to get anything out of that. Really got to bring
Perfect
it.
control there.
Finally
Get
bringing
around.
it.
Going for that impending pinch. Free shot again for SpongeBob.
Ooh.
No difficulty required.
Buddy.
3-0. Bella has a massive hole to dig out of to try to go ahead and get back and be competitive.
And less than half the time of this game left on the clock. And it would feel bad if Bella's bot was spinning all the time in the back. But really, there's only been one score that I think Bella should have got that they didn't because of where the car was.
I mean, that obvious back corner was taking sweet time, but I will say I think Bella's biggest struggle here this time around is just not keeping the ball in the corner. It is that right back corner, facing the orange side, the back left corner for orange is where Bella's sticking it, and it's just not finding any success in that.
SpongeBob looking to do more damage. You got to feel like one more goal for SpongeBob here would be the nail in the coffin of
Where
this
is
game
Bella?
one. Not going to get it, though. It gets more tense. Bella has a minute and a half left to tie or win this game.
Bella does what Bella does best there, is finding the absolute angle to intercept that. Perfect opportunity to dribble in here. Giving it too much, just enough to be still.
Ooh, buddy.
You had your own bot that you built during the course of this. What do you think? You'd be more offensive style or defensive style like Bella?
I think it'd be more fun to program an offensive style one. I don't think it would win. SpongeBob. 4-0 in
Going
game
out
1.
here. Bella had a little bit of trouble there trying to recover.
50 seconds left. It's not going to happen this game for Bella. What is the difference between SpongeBob and Bella's previous opponents? Because I think I know.
If my humble opinion, I would honestly say that SpongeBob takes more direct approaches instead of coming at it wider, which gives more time for Bella to kind of do what she needs to do and get in that position to be defending.
Bella does
But
finally get a
SpongeBob
goal
had the
there.
same problem there and gave Bella the free goal just to open net there.
Yeah, I think that the issue is largely ball control. I think that what we're seeing in these matches is the more time your bot spends dribbling the ball, moving the ball, showing where the ball is, those are the players that are scoring the most. 10 seconds left in game 1. SpongeBob, GG.
Taking the first game with ease, dropping it right in front of Bella's face.
Yep, 4-1. The first black eye for Bella came via URL in the semifinal. The second comes from SpongeBob, who has been a Titan killer up to this point, and it is not stopping right now. So that was a kind of a runaway game where Bella's only goal was kind of a weaker one. Man, I forget everything I think, forget everything I said, forget all the nonsense. SpongeBob and Bella are going to have a match here. And I don't think this is going to be a sweep. I think there's going to be some punch and counter punch happening here. But, man, SpongeBob's bot looks really good to start off.
Yeah, it's hard to compete with that competitive. No, competitive's not the right word. With the more pressing gameplay, with Bella has that defensive. If Bella was quicker, it wouldn't matter. But it seems that SpongeBob is kind of on par with that speed, so it just gives Bella, just has to work a little bit harder on those setups to get to where she needs to be. So
yeah, and I think
that a little difficult.
It's just ball control.
James
stole the cat. I do think that Bella's bot is the most decisive in the entire tournament at when there's an angle, we're going to take it. And not only we're going to take it, but there's going to be a score. That has been what's happening thus far. The problem is that SpongeBob is controlling the ball so much that Bella doesn't have an opportunity to even see those doors open because SpongeBob is just rolling around with the ball in his hand the whole time. Mm-hmm. So there's that guest star from James. Thank you, buddy. Back into game 2 here.
Bella saying, all right, I'll go aggressive. Barely. It's going to roll in. Has that backspin. Oh.
Good save.
Closest goal we've seen today, starting in the finals there. And SpongeBob saying, yeah, none of that. Pinching off of Bella to get that goal.
I feel like right now SpongeBob's treating Bella like SpongeBob and Patrick treat Sandy in the episode about Sugar from Texas. Like,
well, Bella's Sandy in that instance.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who you calling Pinhead?
Sandy blew up Patrick in that episode.
You're right. That is what happened. I forgot. Hey, dynamite incoming for Bella. Bella, absolutely. There. Oh no, there it is. That was the lasso, and then the dynamite's coming soon.
What did you call Texas?
Suddenly the entire state of Texas starts cheering for Bella. Yeah, wow, well, 1-1 game here. Only 30 seconds in. It's going to be different. The backup!
Backup, Bella!
Nice touch. The dynamite's out.
Literally anyone's game here. I think it's going to be this close all the way up until the end, to be honest. I don't know what light switch turned on in Bella, but Bella went offensive there.
Back up. Not going to be contested, though. SpongeBob gets there in time.
reverse. All right, and poll in chat. This is selfish in me, but what do you guys think? Who had the best name today? Who absolutely knocked down the park out of their name?
It's a great question. I know who I like.
I'm by it. Should we announce it now, or?
No, we'll wait a little bit. We'll let them see who wants to have the best one. But not formally polling in the chat. Just kind of asking what y'all think. Who you like.
We'll manually count them up.
With
I will watch
another goal.
chat. I'm looking for you.
3-1 now in favor of Bella, who would not be going down without a fight, and you knew that was going to be the case. SpongeBob still has plenty of time in this game. We're only a minute and a half basically into this game at all, let alone this match. So there's another look. Oh my goodness, when it rains, it pours.
That is a crazy lead based on the last game out on the field.
And this seems like the scoring 12.5 points a game, Bella, that we knew about earlier.
So maybe you're a liar in that there was the pep talk of the century last game, and that the bots can actually mental their way out of it. There's a mental code in there.
Where is Jason Hayworth right now, and why is he talking to computers? 4-1 is now the score. Bella's looking for another one here if the bot would push the issue.
Bella just tried wave dashing. I can't even do that off the wall. That is advanced even for me, I will say.
SpongeBob!
Oh my gosh, Bella coming in for
Got
the assist there, but SpongeBob here's his second goal, bringing us halfway to the battle.
So don't forget about me. I'm playing this too. I am leading in this series.
Scoreboard, and there's still definitely more than halftime. SpongeBob should have nothing to worry about as long as he keeps up at what he was doing. Pretty good. Oh, back up Bella specs again. I was about to say SpongeBob had pretty good security there, and Bella's just able to take over that middle. I think is real good for her.
Oh, there it is. Can't get around it. That's on. That's
Full
trouble.
shot on net, and that will be Bella's 5th goal.
I love it. Bella said, you know what, commentators? I don't appreciate the sudden loss of faith. And we really did, didn't we? I mean, we were... That was...
I'm not gonna lie, we did definitely. We were Bella's
lost
fans
faith.
the last map, and then we just dropped. I got that sponsor dropped real quick. We're big fans. We did have a t-shirt in the mail for you, but you didn't get it.
It is 5-2 now, halfway through. And,
Oh, no way. Oh, no way.
no, not these bots.
That, okay, to be honest, if it just held on the R1 just a little bit, it would have flipped right into that and had a decent flipping set chance. I'm literally at the edge of my seat for a flipping set. I know it can't happen, I don't think, since we haven't seen it up to this point, but you never know. Bella might show out, SpongeBob might show out.
You never know. So far, SpongeBob's needing to show out. And here's an opportunity. Down in this game. Veered towards him. In the middle. Looking for something.
Under.
Instead, it will be bumped
Keep it up.
back towards his goal. That's off, but it could be
Not
on.
close. Bella has no boost to get back to this, but as long as SpongeBob's taking his sweet time getting out of there, though. I'll put in that position to SpongeBob to respond. And so this was the bad thing about these corners, that they really can't, you lose your angle about 30% of the way into that corner there. So honestly, shooting from the middle in a lot of these cases is going to be better. Bella all the way back up, taking an advance, and power shot. 6-2.
It was a 69
Nice.
mile an hour. All right, buddy. Family show. 6-2.
Calling it night.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't got our 67 mile an hour shot yet.
6-7.
Please, please. whatever you can do to make it not cool, do it faster.
I'm not gonna be mean.
Oh, SpongeBob.
SpongeBob.
That I did not expect to go in at all, I'm not going to lie. It seemed like another one of those swing around things. But it was the interaction with the back of Bella's car. It seemed like he was moving around Bella's car, and that's how he got that goal. It's 6-3 now.
6-3.
But shut up. This guy.
There is definitely a comeback season occurring these days. This game ended up 6-7. I'm hoping, just for the memes, not any ill will on Bella here, but SpongeBob with got too cocky there in that corner and ended up wide shot, but it could end up coming back. I mean, he does have a dip on the board.
Nope.
Already.
Hello. Angle. Bella puts it away.
7-3.
I'm gonna mute this guy. 7-3 the score. And we're going to be moving on to game 3 pretty soon here. To the point earlier, SpongeBob's not commanding the ball right now. When he is dragging that thing down the field and dribbling it and staying on top of it, Bella is struggling. But in the last few goals, it has just been Bella walking around the map, and Bella can handle that.
I will say this hasn't been a big factor, but the recovery that both Bella and SpongeBob have doing, I feel like it's not gone down because that literally cannot happen. But I feel like they're struggling to recover their car a lot more of the time when they do land.
I do agree with that as well. I think it's slower when they're coming down. But we're at 1-1 now, as we would want it to be for the final. You wouldn't want it to be a blowout. It's no fun to watch a blowout at the end. You know what else is not fun to watch?
What?
Well, he's trying not to make an appearance here. I was really hoping our casters would pick up what I was throwing down there. See him, there he is. What's not fun to watch is the denial that James is giving. James is a Bella stan, and I started cheering for SpongeBob in my heart, and then James said, look, I don't want any of that. Get rid of that. I want Bella.
Where's Jesse at?
Who knows? James is here, though.
You stole James away from me. He was comfortably sitting on the chair next to me, and now he's gone.
I think he made a choice. It is game 3 time now, and I'm excited. Bella and SpongeBob, what do they have in store? I don't know. Why are we even making predictions at this point? There's no humanity in this. There is
James Stiff Arm from MCW 719. Guess doing that 10 times fast.
Here we go again. Soft touch. What will come of it? SpongeBob with command. I'll tell you this right now. The more you see the direct camera on SpongeBob, the more likely it is that they're going to pull off this win.
Oh, as long as they stay on the edge. Oh, just pushed away his own opportunity there. And Bella looks like she's going to take the lead. And just a bit outside. Boost there. That is the first goal. And that was worked for that one. Bella had to work for that one and got it.
That was a beauty for sure.
I will say, I don't know, I haven't been keeping account for myself to say the statistic, but I will say a majority, if not all of these goals shot on net today are coming from those bottom and right and bottom left corners.
So you really think that they're not shooting for the middle of the goal?
No, not in the slightest. I think they're dragging it into the right, and I think that also is even more true because you see a lot of the time they're not 80%, 90% of the time they're not driving straight through the ball. They're trying to scrape it there.
Bella just almost owned goal on accident. SpongeBob trying to regain control here. Bella won't touch it either. They're jumping around each other.
Little dribble action. Back up, Bella. No half flip.
Good contest by both of them there. Middle of the field. It's easy if it's there. Oh, just off the crossbar.
That would have had potential to take the King power shot today. flipped correctly. That was good.
Ball falling in front, but Bella will interrupt it in the air. Bounces back. SpongeBob heading back to the middle of the field, looking for a redirect. Not going to get it yet. Looking for the boost. Will get that. Here it is, dropping again. Trying to follow it down. That's a great shot. Oh, man, I thought the angle might have been there. Bella probably spent that entire time back on the other side of the field. But SpongeBob will continue to press.
He is just having a hard time getting a direct shot on that. A lot of centering, not a lot of shooting.
Agreed.
If this was a twos match, these bots would be insane.
Yeah, they'd be great teammates, wouldn't they?
Especially no toxicity, just silent, keep their heads down, do their work. Great.
Neither car willing to actually touch the ball so far. Bella finally does, and it's on.
Bow, 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 bow. That's probably going to be a 35 mile per hour. 49. That's good. That was a powerful touch.
$2-0 Bello with 2:19 to go. SpongeBob didn't get the touch he wanted originally, but then Bella reset it up for him, and he can't quite finish.
That almost was a wild adventure. Bella letting SpongeBob play with it. Knows they have time, and that's a goal.
Yep. The patience pays off again.
That's that defensive game style we see from Bella. SpongeBob was right there too, than anybody's ball for a breakaway.
Backs it up into the corner. It's not the direction Bella wants it to be, as that's going to be in favor of positioning for SpongeBob. SpongeBob has shown no ability to do anything with that anytime recently, though. That is what's been frustrating for the SpongeBob fans. Is it seemed like the possession's there, but the follow-through is not. Bella scores again.
No flashiness from Bella this time.
Now putting away this game 3 very quickly. $4-0.
Another cheeky quick goal from Bella, maybe?
Not quite, but
Drawing out the time regardless, though, which is always a good thing when you're up 4-0.
that's why part of me thinks there's got to be something to a difference in play style with certain leads. They do seem to be behaving a little more weirdly when there's a disparaging lead gap. Like right now, look, Bella's car's not even pushing the goal. It's just trying to waste time. Could be completely off base, but was not following through. Was just rolling around the outside. That is not on. It's close. 45 seconds left in this game 3. It's not going to matter. We're not going to have 4 goals in that time. And Bella comes out swinging. They're losing game 1. Loses games 2, or excuse me, wins games 2 and 3, and it just seems to be getting more and more dominating. I do think the difference in the kickoff, like the ball response to the kickoff match to match, has been very funny. Starting the day off when the nuclear option were just skyrockets in the air.
Yeah, Frog Guy definitely had the most competitive kickoff we saw today.
Yeah. All right. With just a few seconds left, 5-1 the score. Bella's going to be going up 2-1 heading into game 4. Math is hard on a Saturday.
Math is hard always.
And that's it. Game 3. Yeah, well, too bad your mic didn't pick all those up. Game 3 goes to Bella by the way of 5-1. And I just don't know if we're going to see anything different than that moving forward. I think that Bella's car is doing what it's supposed to do against SpongeBob, and SpongeBob is not controlling the field, which was pretty much the entire win condition for SpongeBob. So we will see if that changes. I continue to believe that if the directed camera follows SpongeBob a lot, that is probably going to be a SpongeBob victory. And if it does not, then Bella's going to make this happen. So I'm excited to get underway here for Game 4. Keaton, do you think this is just going to be a snowball for Bella here, or do you think that SpongeBob's going to have something to say about it?
Well, SpongeBob had something to say about it the first match and completely dominated. So I mean, it's just whether or not SpongeBob capitalizes on the opportunities. Obviously, Bella has the consistency, but SpongeBob has the ruthless factors. Yeah, 3 games to do it.
The ruthless factor.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know, like, able to, like, as soon as he gets the ball, the quicker you can get it to the net. And he has that more than Bella does.
Is it just me, or is SpongeBob's car playing much faster this game than he was in the previous games?
And I think that literally attributes to whether or not they're recovering or not. Like, when they're flipping into it and landing on their feet, that's what makes them able to actually start doing those plays. But when they struggle to land on the corner, especially on the corners of the net too, I mean, that's a struggle for any player, let alone the bot. But Bella trying to own goal there.
Anyone's game here in Game 4.
First shot of the night. Although it was a tee up to Bella who took advantage, and that will be 1-0 Bella.
Benefited again by the sit back and let it come to you strategy.
Bella's power shot open net is deadly, I will say. So close to their net every time.
This
Many
game is
of-
moving.
Buddy plays Rocket League in chat. This is definitely gives me a little bit of anxiety, especially right there. Didn't know if that's gonna go in. That was second goal. That wasn't even brought to you by Bella. Apparently brought to you by Bella. Another tee up from SpongeBob.
And to our programmers watching these games and their families, their friends who are tuning in, or to prospective recruiters or future employees or things of that nature, this is really, really awesome that this result we're seeing and excited about is the result of a beginner's level course by Skillquest. SpongeBob gets a goal and is going to bring it within 1. I just think it's worth reminding ourselves what it is we're watching. This is not 2 kids competing in esports. This is 2 young adults who have taken an interest in programming and all sorts of futures that are possible in the technology field, and saying, let's start to build our portfolio and show off what we can learn and do by literally programming bots to play Rocket League, and they still are putting on this performance. Kudos to Bella and to SpongeBob and the rest of the competitors, and to their families and everything. It's just really, really exciting. Bella's going to get another goal here to go up 3-1 here in Game 4. Regardless of the outcome of this match, though, I just thought it was worth saying, holy crap. And wouldn't the world be smarter if more people were taking interest in it like these students are?
And they're all coming up in their own brain. They're not learning by just doing it over and over and over again. They have to come up with the ideas and actually sit down and code it. Like, it is, like Dalton said, I can't believe this is a beginner class. Like, holy moly, the amount of thought, time, effort, like that goes into this. It's not just sitting down and spending 4 hours and think that like that's enough. Like I don't want to know how many hours it took to put into this to get them to just this level, you know.
And if you're thinking like this would be something really cool to try out, or if you're thinking whether you're hearing this live or watching a VOD of it, like, man, this would be cool if my school offered this. Skillquest does work with you guys. SpongeBob scored again, keeping it close.
More like Bella's self-gold there.
Keep in mind that esports is sometimes a hard sell to schools, to school districts, to school boards, to teachers, to parents, to other stakeholders. Esports can sometimes be a hard sell, especially in certain areas, to say, hey, we want to play video games. Trust us, colleges are giving money for it. However, this is not a hard sell. SpongeBob ties game 4 here, or perhaps rather Bella tied it again. 3-3 here. I'm going to finish this thought, and we're getting back to Rocket League. It is not a hard sell to say this program helps teach us programming and STEM and help us pursue a future in technology fields. Oh, and by the way, we're doing Rocket League with it. That's the second thought. Schools will get behind this. So reach out to the powers that be, get a hold of Skillquest, get a hold of League OS if you need some help getting a hold of Skillquest, and see what they might have to offer you. It's a really exceptional program. I am a natural born skeptic, and after one conversation for a half hour with their founder, I was like, yeah, this is going to change lives. It's really, really cool. Bella takes a shot on goal and will take the lead again with a minute and a half left. It is 4-3 now.
And I will say, quick little tidbit, just like Dalton said, like this not skills for employees, this, that, and the third. I will say, that's the reason for me, because I was at a work event. The networking is crazy. That is also one of the most important parts, where these students get to talk to each other and learn and engage, and who do those students know in the space, and that gives you a leg up in so many different ways you don't understand, and that doesn't just speak to what networking in your little circle, but also giving you skills to apply. It's so close. Oh my goodness. This game has been neck and neck, regardless of how much me and Dalton have been and this game is so close.
Yeah, you never know who your future boss is going to be. You never know who your future coworker is going to be. Treat everybody well. Take an active interest in things you love, and never be afraid to be smart. Let's get back to Rocket League. It's a one-goal game with 1 minute left in Game 4.
And I can't believe how much action has happened in the last couple of minutes. Bella giving away a couple of own goals for SpongeBob to keep this thing competitive, alongside just back and forth, just pot shots at the goal, and another one for Bella. This is crazy.
5-3, wide open there. That was SpongeBob's fault.
This is it's literally coming down to just crucial, close 2-second mistakes.
Well, so does Rocket League. Maybe that's the beauty of this. Like, at the highest level of Rocket League, it's a matter of who will blink first. Who will miss a rotation? Who will make a poor choice? It's what's happening here. It's the same thing. As we mentioned at the top of the show, if you're wondering, well, what would these bots play in real life on the ladder? The beginner course. Oh,
another
Bella.
Goal for Bella, blocking out SpongeBob completely there, not able to do a thing.
Yeah, that's going to put the icing on this Game 4. These bots, if let loose on the competitive ladders, would probably land somewhere in the plat area. What they said. So,
and that's only just because if you put it in the air at all, they wouldn't. I don't think they'd have anything to respond to that if it's not coded. So,
yeah, Bella's going to get another one. And we're going to be moving on to Game 5 here, because this one is a foregone conclusion now. And we've seen some great matches today. We saw a best of 5 go the distance. It's rare that you have a tournament being broadcast and you happen to catch the close ones instead of accidentally catching the blowouts on stream, and the close ones are happening elsewhere. So good on... oh my goodness.
Bella got one for the way out, too. Only 5 seconds to score that one.
Yeah, also good on the League OS team for putting this together. We're just sitting here yapping about Rocket League and talking about the importance of technology in our future and hoorahing everything. But yeah, this production is excellent. Skillquest and their journey is excellent. We're extremely grateful for the support of the Army National Guard, to Skillquest, and to this broadcast. And we're heading to our potentially final game of this tournament. Bella's up 3-1, and I don't see a lot of indication that there's going to be anything different here in Game 5. We'll see.
Bella is looking pretty strong coming into this final thing, but I mean, we have seen good things from SpongeBob, so I mean, don't count him out just yet.
He did take out the 2 and 3 seed, but he did so decisively, and this has not been decisively. Remember that URL also took a game off of Bella, and URL beat SpongeBob in the pool play. So,
well, the thing that's weird to me is that when you get like, especially the last couple of these games where like Bella wins 3, like right here, the SpongeBob winning 1 and it's 4-1. That's what's weird to me. It's not like a close, 4-3. It's another.
Yeah, it wasn't a mistake.
So.
Yeah, so it wasn't a mistake. That wasn't a win because SpongeBob got lucky. SpongeBob won 4-1 in that first game.
Don't count him out just yet. I mean, probably is just all an RNG factor sometimes on how some of these kickoffs go, whether or not how the simulation ends up. But another circle of death dance here. Oh.
This one's heading for a goal for SpongeBob and is going to be avoided by putting it into the corner there.
And this is what Bella does best here, is hitting it from her side and going towards the net. SpongeBob has to definitely be careful looking out on this one. Feels weird that I'm talking about SpongeBob about our Rocket League match, though, I will say. Government name SpongeBob.
Yeah, Mr. Squarebolts is in trouble as this ball is going to be on.
Wide. Can Bella get there in time to score first goal?
Slam dunk there on the finish. Bella gets the goal and takes an early lead in this potentially decisive Game 5.
Also, I didn't mention earlier, our undecisive Kings speed recap reached a whopping 71 miles per hour when Bella shot from before half. We didn't get a chance to say it earlier, but the new record is 71 miles per hour. Those aerial balls have yet to be touched.
Yeah, picking it up. This is dangerous and right in front of the net. Almost taken advantage of by Bella. Instead, SpongeBob will whip it around here. Bella's slow behind. Nice follow through. That's going to tie the game. Nice little fancy follow through there. And outrace Bella. Just had more boost.
And I know we've been talking about it all day, but it does seem that when the bots do seem to care about boost, it's only for those big pads, which are usually obviously are the more sought after because it's given 100 versus 12. But it doesn't seem that they care too much about the different, I guess you would call them football plays, where you're like doing the same line pass every time. It might be something to tweak out before the next round.
Well, to that point, we've said it a couple times, students did not get a chance to adjust. This is looking good. That's a great follow through there by Bella. Did not take the first no. Look at this. SpongeBob gets in the way. Bella says, I will do that again. 2-1 here. This has been a static program since Thursday, but heading into the next competition on December 11th, there will be times to adjust, time for others, time for all kinds of different changes. So this is a great learning experience, and I'm sure that all of them watching their bots in these matches just sat there like, man, I wish I would have. Man, I wish I would have. There will be a chance. SpongeBob! No. Just off.
And another factor that plays into that is if they're watching their specific game, they have to keep in mind that the play style they're going against, they have to make it pretty general, because just because you change something based on how Bella's playing in this SpongeBob map and vice versa, that won't work on somebody like Fry Guy.
Take a look. Bella drives it all the way in and bounces it off the bottom corner to actually score in the top. 3-1 Bella, about halfway through Game 5.
There's still time for SpongeBob to make that comeback. Passing it directly to him kind of flustered him a little bit. And see, right there, you saw SpongeBob kind of take a flip into that, but his landing is what costed him, as it put him facing up towards the wall, which kills the momentum, which Bella will thrive on as the more defensive playstyle gets, more opportunities to get angles on those balls. He is driving on the ceiling. Might as well be arrowing in this instance. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. He was luckily able to catch himself there, but it looked like he was about to own goal there. Back up, Bella!
Would have been the worst time for an own goal with all this on the line.
That if I was playing and I did that, I would be the mental player there. Especially on 4-1, but it's still in the 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. SpongeBob definitely has a chance to break that. Where is Bella?
Where's Bella at? Man.
SpongeBob with the free goal. He could have got a coffee and came back.
Okay, now we got a coffee twice in this match.
Could have got a coffee and made it 7-2. And I don't know what causes Bella to completely ditch in front of the net in those situations.
That's straight on. It just wipes it off the board. All that moment that was so hype and SpongeBob getting it back within one. Good feelings gone. Bella scores again.
Back into just the same dug hole right there. Even less time than before that.
Minute and a half left. Can SpongeBob score twice, or will Bella put the nail in the coffin on this tournament? Bella tries to back up, potentially causes this goal. SpongeBob down one again.
Be close. We'll say that.
I've watched a lot of Rocket League. This is probably in the upper half of the exciting match of the matches I've watched. And they're not even real people.
Holy cow. Oh my goodness, almost a freebie
Bella.
for SpongeBob. Bella is playing with fire there. Where's Bella? Bella's on her own side here, waiting to take advantage. This is good and bad for her. You don't want to mess around with the time when you're leading up. You want to mess with the time, you have to have possession of the ball and you're in.
Yeah, or if you want to mess with the time, you need to be leading by more than one.
Yes, and then you could kind of say do what you will with it, but only being up one and giving the ball to SpongeBob is probably not the best idea for Bella here, especially jumping up and using all the boosts. Can SpongeBob capitalize on this? A little circle. Oh
Nope,
my
Bella.
god!
Nail in the coffin, perhaps. With 39 seconds left, Bella scores a go-ahead insurance goal here, and that may have done it.
That was insane, especially with zero boost. That would have surprised anyone in that instance to catch a speed. Bella, that was an insane move by Bella. Back up Bella. I'm still not counting SpongeBob out yet.
No,
Because right here, look at this right here.
Like
Free goal.
Oh my goodness.
SpongeBob Squareballs. What a name, Mr. Squareballs. We're never counting you out.
I'm just trying not to say SpongeBob's name like a pumpkin in my head, but it's my TikTok. Yeah, my TikTok itch is itching. 5-4, 20 seconds left. Will SpongeBob be able to continue the series, or will it all be over? It is on Bella's side of the field. It is dangerous. SpongeBob has an opportunity. Oh, but he's in
playing
goal.
in the net. He has no boost. This isn't a good position. Can he get around Bella here?
He's gonna go up.
Stinks because he has no aerial ability. Right in front of the net. Can he do it?
No.
Ah.
If that was, I think after all that, if that was a real human being, they would have maybe been able to convert on the aerial. But after a wonderful match, it will finish 4-1 in the series, but it felt so much closer than that. GG's to SpongeBob on producing a great program for your bot, and congratulations to Bella on winning this tournament.
Bella!
Yeah, after all this domination in the group stage, and then only 2 black eyes in the tournament, winning every other game. GG's, Bella. You put together clearly the superior program for this tournament. I do want to thank one more time the folks over at League OS for running the stream today. All we were was a face and a voice. The back end of this stuff is amazing. So thank you to Levi and Joel and Marty for making sure this show ran smoothly. I want to thank the folks over at Skillquest for clearly doing an amazing work and helping students find their potential through this medium. It is fun, it is accessible, and it is meaningful. There are 7 things you need to know. Skillquest will teach you what those are. I want to thank you for the to the Army National Guard for sponsoring this, for putting together a great little segment in the middle there. And for all this, just to say, I'm Dalton. This is Keaton. We're live from Franklin, Tennessee. It is a beautiful night for Rocket League, and we hope you guys had a blast. So thanks for having us. Congratulations to Bella and to everybody else. And December 11th, Skillquest will be back with another competition for these bots. So we'll see you then. And in the meantime, never be afraid to be smart, because these students certainly are not.